Beneath a sky of breathless stars, the lens lowers into a basalt throat where droplets tick like metronomes and a slim lantern beam glides across mineral ribs. The air is metallic, faintly sweet, as though the rock still remembers an older weather. Walls bear gouges that catch the light like handwriting. Ceilings seed down cold calcite that trembles when our footsteps hush. And from somewhere beyond a kink in the passage, a buried river exhales a patient tidal murmur. The corridor narrows until shoulders brush stone, polished by centuries of hands, then opens without warning into a chamber ribbed like the inside of a bell. Pebbles skitter at the edge and disappear with a hollow delay that measures a second. Room below. And a draught sighs up a vertical shaft, carrying the taste of clay and iron and something like rain after fire. In the hush we feel a thought rise. What if the first neighborhoods did not blossom beneath open sky, but unfolded in darkness? Streets mapped in shadow, doors sealed with rock instead of wood, morning measured not by sun but by the steady pulse of air. It is a reversal that startles the bones, for it implies the surface was not our cradle, but our exile, and that the earliest architects learned to convince stone to breathe before they ever asked timber to stand. Some believe these networks were emergency lungs for societies under siege, tunnels widened from animal burrows and lava tubes when armies prowled the plains and the weather turned strange. Others argue they were permanent, engineered habitats, proof of deliberate planning, of ritual and law, arranged beneath ground long before above-ground order found its voice. Fringe theorists propose that prior to calendars we can measure, Eya Xiao, progenitor culture flourished in the Earth's ribs, mastering ventilation and hydraulics and acoustic design because the world above was hostile, unstable, or simply less efficient. Elders in scattered villages still recount whispers of teachers who came from nowhere, taught the trick of drawing wind through rock, and left as abruptly as a candle going out. Archaeologists counter with pottery shards and ash horizons and say crisis carves speed, not symmetry. Geologists caution that water is a patient mason capable of hallways that look like intention. Yet even the skeptics pause at spiral stairwells that balance weight as elegantly as shells, at switchback corridors that cool air without machines, at cisterns tucked behind stone wheels that roll into place like valves. In this underlight, evidence refuses to sit still. Engineers tally the mathematics of gas exchange, where narrow shafts behave like lungs, drawing breath through districts without blades or bellows. Hydrologists map wells that graze aquifers with the restraint of surgeons, pools replenished at rates that feel more designed than lucky. Some suggest that if torches had been the only light, ceilings would wear thicker soot. Perhaps fuel was smokeless, or traffic intermittent, or both. Others maintain that reflective niches and pale plaster amplified a small flame into a luminous wash, that polished stone itself became a lamp. Fringe researchers insist the acoustics of certain galleries are not accidents, that low chants shepherd air currents and memory at once, turning him into climate control and archive. Historians dispute the sequence of occupation, whether these rooms hosted councils or cattle or both in alternating centuries, whether the deepest levels were sanctuaries, storerooms, or incubators for new lives. Scholars remain divided on every verb, carved or coaxed, planned or accumulated, refuge or metropolis. Conflict gathers where disciplines meet. Conservationists plead for caution, fearing zeal will shatter delicate clues. Prospectors promise revelation if barriers fall, waving rumors like passports stamped by time. Survey teams publish LiDAR murmurs of voids beyond end walls, while agencies delay permits and edit maps with modest revisions that feel, to some eyes, like strategic erasures. Some claim karst will mimic architecture, and erosion will feign intent. Others reply that erosion does not arrange staircases at ergonomic pitch or pair chimneys to prevailing winds. Local stories complicate every trench. A shepherd who heard singing under frost, a child who followed cool air through a crack and returned with a bead that glowed like wet moonlight, a mason whose chisel struck a panel that rang, and the sound traveled away through stone as if the rock were hollow and listening. Fringe theorists propose that these tales are not metaphors but footnotes left by an earlier editorial hand, hints that the archive lies not only in artifacts but in atmospheres and alignments. Others maintain that longing will make patterns, from noise and turn damp into doctrine, calm edges toward suspense, as the beam lifts petroglyphs that resemble star paths, or arterial diagrams, or maps of corridors yet unopened. A draft cools the back of the neck from a vertical blackness that should be sealed, and the mind writes a door where official charts list only stone. The speculative overtakes the sensible for a beat, if entire communities once commuted by touch and echo. What stories did the rock swallow when doors were rolled into their sockets? Chilling follows not as a scream, but as a realization whispered against the ear. If we began below, our amnesia is architectural. If we did not, then someone else rehearsed cityhood where daylight could not testify and left the stage set for us. And yet the mystery remains, persistent as the drip. Tool marks without tools, vents without blueprints, traditions without signatures. Still the questions linger, eddying like the river we cannot see. Who planned the breath of this place? Who timed the wells to the heartbeats of stone, and who decided that dawn belonged elsewhere? If these are only refugees, why do they think in avenues? If they are cities, where are their names? And if they are neither, but something older and other, what slept here, what woke here, and what waits deeper down where our light thins and the rock begins to listen back? Perhaps the silence itself is an artifact we have misread entirely. At daybreak across Cappadocia, the tufa landscape glows like baked honey, cones and ridges casting long, blue-edged shadows as swallows stitch the air. A modest doorway in a village floor yawns, and a rope pays out into coolness that smells of lime and bread ovens gone cold. The descent twists past niches worn by palms into a rotunda, where corridors arrow outward and downward, their walls combed by chisels in parallel strokes, so neat they resemble fabric frozen in stone. A turn, a step, and the world expands. Stables with feed troughs, presses for grapes, a meeting hall with benches carved from the walls, storage jars sunk to collar height, and great circular stones waiting in grooves like moons that can be rolled to seal a passage with the push of shoulders. Derinkuyu reveals itself not as a whole, but as a city, a stack of neighborhoods threaded by vertical chimneys that behave like instruments, pulling and throwing air with an elegance that makes the skin prickle. The shock is simple to say and hard to absorb. This is too vast, too balanced, too early. Historians who chart population curves and toolkits insist that communities of the assigned era could not afford such ambition, could not coordinate this complexity, could not solve the math of air and water with such quiet genius. Yet the corridors stand, the kitchens breathe, the wells taste clean. Some suggest the complex was a wartime warren scaled to shelter towns from cavalry and slave raids, expanded in desperate seasons and abandoned between alarms. Others maintain it was continuous, habitat, an intentional settlement whose design language matured over generations until the stone remembered how people want to live. Fringe researchers insist the whole is a renovation over an inheritance, an older framework already deep in the rock, upgraded by later hands who understood enough to respect the original pulse. Local elders recount tales of masters of the wind who demonstrated how to coax draft through shafts and left before names were recorded. And the paradox stands upright. Either knowledge was higher than our books allow, at dates our books insist were simple, or these dates are not the ones that matter. Evidence is eloquent and evasive at once. Ventilation shafts widen and narrow with a rhythm like breath, openings staggered at intervals that keep smoke moving without starving flames. Water travels in lanes cut below foot level, so that spillage gathers where it harms nothing. Some channels are capped, guiding flow beneath rooms like veins under skin. Lighting is implied rather than declared. Reflective niches, pale plaster, and light-colored stone surfaces would have multiplied small. Flames into soft luminance. Food storage pits sit beneath heavy lids where the air stays cool and still. School-like rooms exist, though textbooks do not. Wine presses and kitchens say feast, while picket holes for animals say famine could be waited out. Scholars still debate chronology because durable artifacts are scarce, and dates depend on soot and mortar that may record renovation rather than birth. Engineers measuring angles and gradients murmur that this resembles a civil code carved into geology. The counterpoint is vigorous. Some archaeologists warn that romantic narratives inflate raw practicality. People hide when they must, and necessity can drive feats that look like foresight from far enough away. Others argue that what seems like master planning may simply be the selective survival of the most functional parts, a bias we mistake for intention. Fringe theorists propose that acoustic tests reveal design beyond refuge. Certain galleries sing at human vocal frequencies that align with shaft geometry, suggesting an understanding of resonance used to guide airflow, or ritual, or memory. Municipal officials weigh preservation against tourism. Funding arrives with conditions. A corridor opens one year and closes the next, under a dozen explanations. Historians dispute whether the earliest inhabitants were Hittite, Phrygian, Byzantine, or an unregistered predecessor whose traces were cleaned by centuries of occupation. Some claim the great rolling stones are defensive last resorts. Others claim they are everyday doors, heavy but habitual, symbols of a population that lived with the possibility of sealing itself as casually as latching a gate. Walk long enough, and the city teaches its grammar. Corridors kink before they meet large rooms, denying straight lines to wind and watchers. Intersections host alcoves, where a few could step aside and vanish as others passed. A long vertical shaft not only lifts air but daylight, a pale cylinder that tells time by brightness alone. Some believe the deepest levels were sanctuaries, their walls smoothed as if fingers had prayed them flat. Others claim they were storehouses of seed, textiles, and quiet wealth against lean years. Still others maintain the bottom most was never domestic at all, but mechanical, a heart where air and water crossed in deliberate ways. Fringe researchers insist the map of Derinkuyu overlaps star patterns. that shafts answer to certain nights. When wind swings, that holy days above were once scheduled by breaths below. Geologists shrug and call it coincidence, and priests smile and call it providence, and mathematicians draft curves that work regardless of motive. What unsettles, in the end, is not only magnitude, but coherence. If a population could afford this degree of planning, what else could they afford that the ground has politely eaten? If teachers came, who sent them, and why did they leave, and how many other cities carry the same lessons written under their feet? Yet the enigma endures. A breeze slips through the shaft and licks the flame into an elongated tear. The sound of someone 2 rooms away arrives late, cupped by stone. A far-off door rolls into its groove and shuts a thought inside rock. Still, the questions linger like a draft at the nape. Who designed an atmosphere without machines? Who timed the wells to refill like obedient clocks? And who decided that this city should be laid down like a memory inside the earth? If it is merely refuge, why is it beautiful? If it is truly a home, why does it prefer our silence? And if it is a copy of something older, where is the original? Who remembers it? And what happens when the correct name is spoken aloud again? Wind rakes, a Himalayan saddle, where prayer flags snap like small storms, their colors fraying into the sky while snow shivers across blue ice. A butter lamp in a rock niche breathes a gold oval, and a black mouth in the cliff exhales warmth that smells of cedar smoke and wet stone. Step inside, and sound goes soft, swallowed by velvet dark. The floor tilts gently downward, and the walls glitter with mica as if constellations had fallen into the mountain and learned to keep still. In the mind's eye, avenues appear beneath the peaks, halls ribbed in quartz, gardens lit without flame, rivers that never freeze, threading neighborhoods where the hour is counted by water and song. The paradox stings because it repeats. Cultures, divided by oceans, carry versions of the same place, a coherent kingdom beneath the world whose names differ but whose architecture refuses to change. Some whisper Agartha, others speak of Shambhala. Medieval travelers sketch doors behind waterfalls. Llamas point toward valleys that aren't on any map. Occultists drew tunnels like harp strings across the globe and tuned them to ideas. Either a single symbol colonized the human story with uncanny persistence, or memory survived in myth like seed sleep, waiting in frost. Mainstream interpreters prefer depth psychology to geology. Some suggest the inner realm is an inner instruction, a map for transformation disguised as topography. One passes guardians at thresholds that are really habits. One descends through chambers that are really selves. One emerges changed and calls the change a city. Others claim the legend is diplomatic camouflage for remote sanctuaries, monasteries, and databases tucked into severe terrain where empires cannot easily reach. The kingdom is an alliance of libraries. Fringe researchers insist it is literal, a polity beneath the crust, technologically opaque to surface sensing, bound by oath and optics we have not learned to read. Pilgrims tell of guides who vanishingly appear and vanish again near ice caves after snow melt. Climbers recount barometric quirks at certain cliffs. Radio operators report repeaters echoing from places with no line of sight. Historians dispute sources and date layers. Philologists argue that words like city and king traveled in translations that changed meaning like water changes. Vessel. Scholars remain divided, even about the division. Evidence, when pursued, blurs into behavior. A glacial cave breathes warm air in winter. An underground river maintains a temperature that keeps crops alive nearby long after the surface would have killed them. On some nights, wind in certain passes hums chords that match the intervals in old pilgrimage songs. Some believe these coincidences are simply nature wearing a clever mask. Others maintain that long practice just lets communities choreograph environment. Polished stone amplifies lamplight without scorching flame. Chanted syllables calm people and air at once. Cisterns nested like matryoshka time, the release of water to the pace of travel. Fringe theorists propose that what we call miracles are protocols and what we call myths are manuals missing their diagrams. Local stories refuse to stand still. A herder speaks of a winter when lights moved under the snow like lanternfish and a warm mist arose from a crack. A nun remembers a stranger who taught the sequence for opening a door in rock that was not there. When she returned, a map in a monastery shows a valley that novices agree does not exist until they are older, and then it does. Historians dispute the integrity of such accounts, and mountaineers roll their eyes and change the subject. Debate hardens where certainty thins. Some scientists set instruments in caves and measure nothing but ordinary air and temperature. Others claim transient anomalies that vanish before publication, as if the mountain chooses its moments. Government offices deny permit requests and grant them to the wrong place. Expedition journals arrive with pages missing. The old man who was going to point the way dies, and his nephew says he never heard of such a thing. Fringe researchers insist the pattern is camouflage, a self-protecting geometry that keeps the gates from becoming tourist doors. Anthropologists say expectation is a solvent that dissolves skepticism and hardens fantasy. Meanwhile, the lamp in the niche throws a gentle halo and moths dust the flame, a domestic star in a universe of stone. The pacing of this rumor is always the same. Calm, then quiver, then conjecture, then a cold that is not fear but recognition. One stands at a threshold that does not look like a threshold and notices footprints returning, but not arriving. One meets a trader who says she sells herbs to people who live where snow never falls and who walk through winter as if it were a memory. One follows a hand-drawn chart from a century ago and arrives at a chute of blue ice where warm wind sings vowels. Others claim that at certain holy days the peaks answer one another like bells, and the valley between them goes briefly quiet, as if listening. And yet the mystery remains, not because the data is strong, but because the pattern is stubborn, independent. Songs with the same refrain, independent maps with the same negative space. Still the questions linger, walking a step ahead like cautious guides. If Agartha is a lesson, who wrote it, and why does it recur across languages that never met? If it is a place, who governs access and how do they keep a border without fence or flag? And if it is both, instruction and infrastructure braided together, what pact is being honored in the dark? What archive waits for a password we no longer know? And what would break if the door opened to the wrong hands at the wrong hour? Are the repeating motifs the echo of a single encounter retold by 1,000 fires, or the cartography of a corridor that truly runs beneath kingdoms, or the muscle memory of a species that once walked in lamplight and learned to forget its own route back home until someone asks again tonight? Night lowers like a satin lid over the Giza plateau, and Orion tilts toward limestone as if conferring in private. Wind moves the dune grass with a faint sibilant hush, and the pyramid stand with the patience of mountains trained to keep secrets. Far from the floodlights and the tour buses, a shaft mouth framed by weathered blocks drops into breath that smells of chalk and mineral cold, and the beam of a lamp writes its thin script down a stair, cut to consistent rise and run. Walls are chalk white, where rough hands scraped, then smooth where tools were sure. Bat nests pepper the ceiling like punctuation. A swallow left in winter lies folded on a ledge as tidy as a bookmark. The path angles left, then right, then left, again, and abruptly the sound changes, as if the room ahead is large enough to edit echo. Beneath the world's most famous monuments, something else is rumored to be itself. A second city of passages, a labyrinth older than kings, a ledger of beginnings tucked under the floor of history. The scandal, if true, is not simply archaeological, but narrative. Herodotus wrote of a labyrinth vast enough to humble the pyramids. Later, visitors repeated, embroidered, and were contradicted. Modern ground scans occasionally murmur of voids, then papers dampen the murmur with caution. Some maintain that nothing lies below beyond service corridors and unfinished dreams. Others claim that sealed doors and no-go geometry hide a complex whose scale would embarrass textbooks. Fringe researchers propose a hall of records, an archive set down before dynasties by hands we do not yet have names for, containing maps, measurements, histories, remedies, and warnings, all organized as if the earth itself were a reading room. Conservators answer that stone demands prudence, and that rumors travel faster than responsibility. Officials shuffle permits in and out of folders. A team gains access to a niche and publishes a photograph of a wall that looks like every other wall. A file goes missing and reappears without its diagrams. Meanwhile, the desert keeps its timing with the stars. Evidence, such as it is, includes patterns and absences. Vent shafts in the Great Pyramid that appear to aim towards stellar targets behave like instruments precision-tuned to an era's sky. The floor under nearby temples sounds subtly different under heel, hollow in places where records insist solid ground. Some believe this is the ordinary complication of ancient construction. Chambers start and stop, plans change, and the desert erases the minutes. Others argue that the repetition of unexpected cavities in surveys hints less at accident and more at system. Fringe researchers insist that certain galleries ring when sung to, that specific frequencies provoke a standing note which races away along a direction that is not on any tourist map. Engineers say resonance is common in stone and must not be romanticized. Singers shrug and ask why the notes run where the corridors do not. Historians dispute the interpretation of old texts in which translation may have inflated antechamber into palace. Epigraphers comb graffiti for hints and find, mostly names and dates and pride. Scholars remain divided about almost everything that matters, including what matters. The quarrel is not only between believers and skeptics, it is between rhythms. Science moves in careful increments, while rumor accelerates like wind on a dune, face shaping a curve where none existed before. Some Egyptologists record unusual voids and leave them blank on official diagrams until more certain. Others publish speculative sketches and are scolded by their elders. Fringe theorists propose institutional suppression, a decision, possibly distributed rather than centralized, to keep disruptive finds behind a membrane of caution stricter than safety requires. Curators counter that every hole cut in old stone is a one-way ticket. You can open once, but you cannot close as it was. Local workers tell stories of sealed steps that opened onto air colder than night. of a drum beat felt underfoot in a place without drums, of a door that knocked back. Government, spokespeople smile and change the subject. Turn the light, and the ground hands you puzzles. A short, descending corridor stops at a dressed wall set for future use, 2 centimeters shy of touching ceiling stones. A vent too narrow for a person carries a stale perfume like old papyrus. A mouse skeleton lies beside a perfect little circle of dust under a crack where dust should never fall. Some suggest these are just the ticks and hiccups of long construction. Others maintain that architecture this intentional does not have afterthoughts, only layers. Geophysicists run more scans and see more static. Then a line sharpens into a rectangle where a rectangle should not be. The old writers called it a labyrinth. The new ones hedge behind qualifiers. The people who sleep within walking distance shake their heads and say the sand moves, answers around to keep itself amused. Yet we keep returning because the geometry of the site insists on attention. Alignments with star paths reflect a memory longer than one lifetime. Passages hold right angles that feel like sentences. Shafts choose slopes that feel like verbs. Some believe the function was funerary and every other reading is embroidery. Others claim the dead were a pretext for a much older curriculum. Initiation, astronomy, medicine, measures, and something we do not yet have a word for. Fringe researchers propose that a room beneath the plateau records the arrangement of continents before disaster, the height of seas no human alive has seen, the math of cycles that outlast cities. Archivists ask quietly what we would do with such knowledge if it were real. And yet the mystery remains, coiled under so much conventional certainty, it almost passes for a footnote. Doors catalogued as mere shrinkage joints that behave like doors, shafts labeled symbolic that draft like chimneys, flights of steps cut to nowhere that teach the ankles to expect company. Still the questions linger, pressing like weather under the skin. If the second Giza exists, who decided that remembering must wait? If it does not, why do instruments and stories rhyme? And if there is a ledger of origins down here, what story will it tell? Who will be allowed to hear it? And what part of the world's spine will bend when the first page finally turns? Dawn lifts over Valletta with a pale lemon light, the bastions breathing back the sea's salt as gulls shear along limestone walls like white handwriting. Below the waking streets, a colder world stretches outward, arches ribbed like the insides of shells, vaults black with candle ghosts, corridors that bend away from the lamp and refuse to end. The lens slips through a grated mouth beside a churchyard and finds steps worn shallow by centuries, then shoulders past a lintel into a corridor, combed by chisels so regular they read like woven cloth. The air tastes of chalk, and somewhere ahead a drip keeps time with the heart. In rooms to either side, loculi blink like narrow eyes. But farther on, the stone stops, acting like a cemetery, and begins to think like a plan. Cross passages disposed, as if by a hidden geometry, ventilation shafts that drink wind from courtyards above. Low alcoves placed at intervals that suggest processions rather than mourning lines. And then the whisper that has lived here longer than the city's cannons. That these catacombs go farther than maps admit, that a child's voice was once lost beyond the official tour and never came back up, that authorities bricked a door and wrote it off as maintenance. The paradox slides under the skin because Malta's underground should be simple. Burial chambers adapted in wartime, shelters widened under sirens, but the forms keep disobeying their labels, hinting at a civic design that should not exist beneath a city raised to face the sea. Some believe there is no mystery at all, only the palimpsest of centuries. Roman necropolis turned medieval crypt, turned modern refuge, each generation carving what it needed and leaving the rest to rumor. Others argue the geometry is too assured, the drafts too deft, the acoustics too considerate to be improvisations. They point to the hypogeum of Hal Saflieni across the island, where a tri-level complex tunes the human voice into something felt in bone, and they suggest these lesser-known vaults borrowed from a still older grammar of stone. Fringe theorists propose that Malta's hypogeal tradition is not primarily funerary at all, but infrastructural, a network of learning halls and council rooms and reservoirs threaded under bastions that came later, a city's nervous system installed before its skin. Local legends murmur of stairways that once opened inside schools, of teachers cautioning children to hold each other's coats in a chain and not to let go, of a day when the coats were found without the hands. Historians dispute the tale's date, its names, its very existence. Archivists find no dossier. Skeptics call it blackout folklore distilled from wartime panic. Yet the stone refuses to sit entirely in the cabinet of ordinary, because certain choices recur with a discipline that feels like governance. Kinks before large chambers to baffle wind and eyes. Sightlines that grant privacy to alcoves without isolating them. Water channels cut under foot level to keep floors dry. Lamp niches placed where a single flame can be multiplied by pale plaster into a wash of light. Scholars remain divided. Some maintain this is the logic of the dead arranged for the living in an emergency. Others claim it is the logic of the living written long before any emergency. A civic algorithm in limestone. The debate, drafts, accomplices, conservators, mindful that breath and sweat erase evidence, argue to keep more doors closed. Urban explorers accuse them of embalming curiosity, while the ground keeps its ledger locked. Parish committees deny that a certain stair ever existed. Beneath a certain vestry, contractors remember hauling sand one night to fill a gap, and being told not to ask where the sand would go. Engineers compare notes and admit that some passages ventilate with the calm of organs, not the coughing of trenches. Some suggest the resonance that fattens a chant inside the hypogeum is only theater. Ritual built atop sensation. Others claim resonance is also utility, shepherding air, heat, and memory along predictable paths. Fringe researchers insist a room, nicknamed the Oracle, is not merely symbolic, but functional. Its dimensions selected to teach the voice to carry messages through stone. An intercom for a city that preferred whisper to shout. Municipal maps show tunnels that stop just shy of rumored intersections, then resume on the far side with a new name. An old waterworks diagram contains a corridor that the building it serves has never admitted owning. A deed mentions a rite of passage below, as casually as a right-of-way above. Others claim these are paper ghosts, artifacts of draftsmen who copied what they did not understand. And yet the enigma endures, because the ground keeps answering questions with airflow. In summer, a certain grate exhales cool at noon. In winter, the same grate inhales. Down a closed stair, a draft lifts a scrap of receipt like a white fish in a dark stream and carries it toward a wall that should be solid. Some believe the missing children are a moral fable, a story enlarged by fear to keep small feet near the light. Others maintain they knew their names once and could still point to the door if the brickwork would permit. Fringe accounts whisper of vaults where the ceiling becomes a shallow dome and the floor drops in a circle, as if for speakers or water, or both, and of blackened patches on the ceiling that sit far above head height, as if lamps burned on high shelves, so the smoke marked air patterns rather than faces. Historians dispute every inference. Geologists remind everyone that karst can mimic intention. Priests say prayers in chapels whose floors ring hollow when the organ's lowest notes are played. The quarrel becomes a rhythm, calm assertion, suspicious fact, administrative shrug, and a cold little breeze that should not exist where the map says dead end. The camera lingers at a threshold that pretends to be merely maintenance. Brickwork tidier than the walls around it, and a bead of condensation gleams at the mortar like a breath. Beyond it, the echo of water arrives late, as if after many bends. Some suggest what waits. There is only more of the same. Chambers and grace and no news. Others claim a descent. Here leads not into burial halls, but into a kind of emptiness that changes the conversation. A vaulted volume where voices die into velvet and return only as pressure on the skin. Still the questions linger, pacing the corridor like a patient guide. Why were passages closed whose air still moves as if summoned? Who ordered doors bricked that exhale in 2 seasons like lungs? And what obligation sleeps under Valletta that the surface has been trained to forget? If this is only a necropolis, why does it behave like a school? If it is only a shelter, why does it feel like a network? And if it is neither, but the surviving rib of a plan older than the bastions, who drew it? Where does it go? And what story will follow us up the stairs if one brick in the right place is lifted at the right hour? A fluorescent hum floats over. A Midwestern machine shop in 1943, steel curls glittering under the lathe like shaved moons, and a man with a face the war forgot. Leans closer to the metal, as if it might finally finish a sentence he has heard all his life. Richard Shaver says voices have been riding the vibration of every motor since he was a boy, and tonight the chuck becomes a radio from the earth. He will call them Darrow, detrimental robots, though the name is a pun and a mask, for he means not machines, but a race worn half-mechanical by time and appetite, living below in caverns old as flood and cruel as neglect. The camera leaves the shop for the dark undertowns, drifting through tunnels that feel quarried by obsession. Rooms, scored by parallel tool marks, corridors that curve as if avoiding something we cannot see. Shafts that drink air without breathing back. The paradox is unkind to the tidy mind. How could a factory hand in wartime Wisconsin describe, in letters to a science magazine, an underground world with techniques that later readers will map onto laser surgery, beam weapons, thought control, and gravity tricks, when his era sells victory bonds and types on keys? Some suggest coincidence, the way a fever net catches flies that were always there. Others claim a cultural echo chamber where Pulp Fiction laid down tracks and Shavers. Cart simply found them. Fringe researchers insist that he tapped a frequency older than newsprint, a layer of memory that leaks through geology like groundwater, and that the things he named have been interfering with surface life since before cities had clocks. Shavers. Letters arrive at amazing stories like signals puncturing sleep. Editor Ray Palmer, who smells story and something stranger, prints them, then prints more, and a generation of readers stares at the ceiling between blackouts, hearing in their refrigerators the ground speaking back. Some believe Shaver transcribed a psychosis with the eloquence of an era hungry for monsters, that the Darrow and their benevolent cousins, the Tarot, are symptoms with vocabulary, Others argue he caught a true whisper and made a poor poem of it, that his errors are the scratching of a nail at a real door. Historians dispute sources, tracking his biography through hospitals and payrolls. Scholars remain divided on what exactly counts as evidence when the phenomenon is both narrative and nocturne. Fringe theorists propose that underground complexes, some natural and some sculpted by lost technologies, host populations whose biology has bent to night and machine, and that their interventions are the backstage of our disasters and breakthroughs alike. Palmer runs illustrations, ancient machines the size of cities, a surgery chair with a beam like a blue whisper, caverns stacked like hive comb, a map of tunnels braided under continents, mailbags fill, miners write from Appalachia and say, "We have heard something like that." A nurse writes from Nevada about a patient who dreams of rooms that hum. A surveyor says his transit vibrated underground for no reason, and the cruise would not go on. Others claim the whole thing was a marketing engine, a feedback loop between an editor who loved the smell of wonder and a correspondent who could not stop listening. And yet the enigma endures, because the letters keep matching turf they should not know. Shava writes of Telaug, a kind of forced thought that rides the body. A psychologist in Chicago who has never read him records a patient describing an identical intrusion and asking why she cannot stop hearing instructions that are not in her voice. He writes of lights that pick up a man and set him down where he cannot remember the steps. A farmer claims he came awake in a field with his boots on the wrong feet and a nosebleed like a red road. An engineer says sometimes beneath the town, the sound of the earth goes to a single note and holds there until the dog whines. And then 3 days later, someone dies. Some whisper that wartime radar installations began to report ground returns that moved like weather, that a base drew a circle on a map and told crews not to dig there because the compass lost its manners when the shovel bit. Others maintain that every oddity can be explained by stress, magnetism, alcohol, or boredom. Fringe researchers insist the Darrow are merely one mask for a repertoire. Call them serpent folk, call them dwarfs, call them the people under the hill. Names change with the telling, but the behavior, interference, seduction, panic remains. The debate becomes theater. Skeptics read delusion where devotees read document. Linguists pull apart his terms and find cobbled jargon. Electricians note that hum plus imagination equals message. Pulp historians point out that Palmer needed, Copy and Shaver needed a stage. Others claim Palmer's own life, bruised by a childhood accident, obsessed with hidden worlds, made him an unreliable filter for truth, but an impeccable instrument for signal. Some believe that when enough people agree to hear a thing, the thing acquires a voice. Others argue that true voices do not require applause. Meanwhile, cave systems keep their manners. A spelunker in Missouri finds a tunnel that smells like hot dust and hears a faint mechanical ticking with no source. In Kentucky, men in a wildcat mine, a retreat from a breeze that tastes of copper and comes from a seam of stone. In a Nevada test, range, a geophone records a pattern under the standard rumble, a rhythmic articulate tapping that ceases when footsteps approach. Fringe researchers insist this is the backstage tuning up. Geophysicists answer that rocks talk in many tongues, and we have not learned to separate language from fracture. Scholars still debate whether Java's saga is a mirror held up to the era's nervous system, or a mirror angled down into someone else's house. If the hum was a voice, who tuned it and to what end? Who lives in the dark between our maps and what happens when we finally answer back now. Wind combs a high Himalayan ridge, where prayer flags rattle like storms, snow skims the cornices in silver veils, and a dark mouth in a cliff exhales air warmer than the breath of the men who approach. A butter lamp in a rock niche throws a small halo over mica that catches the flame like constellations pressed into stone, and the first steps downward steal sound from the world above, until the only noise is drip, drip, drip. The path narrows, bends, and pitches into the mountain in careful switchbacks, treads scalloped by the passage of felt boots and bare heels. Handholds are polished to a twilight gloss. Incense has varnished the first chamber with a faint sweetness, but deeper rooms smell only of mineral and time. On a wall, a fresco shows kings with crowns like blazing lotuses accepting scrolls from figures whose torsos are human and whose tails coil around their ankles like living scripts. On the floor, a line of black pebbles guides pilgrims as surely as a rope guides a climber in fog. Here is the paradox that chills even before the cold does. In one of the world's most hostile landscapes, where avalanches erase monasteries and storms erase roads, tunnels lead to a sequence of chambers too, deliberate to be chance. And monks tell plain stories of visitors who met serpent kings guarding libraries no catalogue can list. The mountain should resist order, and yet the stone acts like a building taught to breathe, to carry voices, to hide until it chooses to be found. Some believe the legends are allegory, serpents as symbols of time, and kings as masks for disciplines, while the repositories are only memory palaces in rock. Others argue the air itself betrays design, for shafts pull wind in daylight and reverse at night, as if lungs had been installed beneath the peaks, and alcoves amplify a single reed note into a line that travels room to room like a courier given safe conduct. Fringe theorists propose something bolder, that Serpent Kings names a lineage of custodians whose physiology or technology has bent to altitude and dark, keepers of archives older than empires who accept supplicants when seasons and intentions align. Local herders whisper that during winter certain cliffs hum before storms, and that goats refuse to walk along ledges where the hum is strongest. Scholars still debate the earliest strata of paint, the age of ash in hearths, the provenance of reed baskets lacquered against damp. Historians dispute whether travelers like Aurel Stein and Alexandra David Nael encoded more than they admitted, or whether modern readers simply load old sentences with glamour. Theories tangle like rope at a belay. A mainstream view holds that these are monastic storage caves expanded over centuries, a practical solution given theological poetry after the fact. Some suggest the libraries are caches of woodblock plates and palm leaf sutras rotated like crops between dry chambers, and the kings are titles for abbots entrusted with their custody. Others claim that the pattern of chambers implies curriculum as much as warehouse, vestibules for novices with low ceilings that domesticate the breath, larger halls where chant drapes the ribs of the room like cloth, small cells where a single voice can be heard from anywhere without being located, as though teaching were designed to be present but ungraspable. Fringe researchers insist the plan carries non-human sympathy. Passages maintain humidity with the precision that feels deliberate. Bowls carved beneath stalactites count time in drips that never quite change. A flight of steps has risers too shallow for an adult stride, but perfect for a body that moves by sliding coil. Some whisper of manuscripts, written on copper leaves that green the fingers of mirrors that do not show faces but glyphs, of a map that plots not valleys and rivers but intervals of silence between bells. Geologists answer that karst can mimic intention, that warm drafts are the logic of deep voids, that mica will shine for any candle. Debate hardens where altitude thins thought. Certain lamas speak in the grammar of mercy, saying that knowledge has been hidden because the world below cannot yet bear the weight of its consequences, and that to fence a library is sometimes to spare a village. Others maintain that secrecy is only politics wrapped in incense, that power loves a cave more than truth does. A retired surveyor claims he shot a line through a corridor and found his instrument pulled 4 minutes off by nothing he could name. A physicist laughs and says steel creaks and men imagine. A hermit with smoke-stained teeth says he once traded salt for a story. A traveler descended with 2 guides and returned with 1, the missing man having agreed to stay, which is a sentence both simple and ice-cold. Fringe researchers insist these caves are transit nodes in an intermontane web, their mouths aligned by sightlines no map records, their dates staggered like stepping stones across disasters. Skeptics counter that lineups are inevitable when mountains draw straight looks, and that catastrophe breeds chronology the way fog breeds rumor. In a chamber no larger than a bell, the narrator's voice drops because the room insists. A low note, hung on breath, swells until it presses the ribs, like altitude itself, and then that note runs along a seam in the wall and refuses to return, as if the mountain has taken it like a message. Some believe this is acoustics and nothing else. And yet the old caretaker smiles without denying or agreeing, and the lamplight trembles as if happy to be told what to do. On a moonless evening, snowflakes drift like ash, and the flags are no longer color but sound. The cave exhales while the night inhales, and the threshold feels like a verb. A painted frieze shows kings with open hands and serpents that are either ornaments or witnesses, and below the frieze, a narrow stair chooses darkness with the calm of a decision already made. At the turn, a draught tastes briefly of pepperscent, rain. Somewhere a drop clicks with the accuracy of a metronome. A librarian whose face is mostly kindness folds a cloth over a stack of leaves and says nothing, which is an answer under some skies. And yet the mystery remains, because the design keeps refusing to be only practical, and the stories keep refusing to be only stories. What would a library guarded by serpents choose to keep from us? And what would it dare to hand across the threshold? And who would be allowed to read it? If the tunnels are merely monastic storerooms, why do they move wind as if on purpose and hold notes as if meaning to memorize them? And why do some travelers return older in the eyes than in the face? And if serpent kings are just names for human stewards who taught their predecessors to measure time with drops, to tune rooms to mercy, and to make a mountain silence answer like a friend who has been waiting in the dark longer than any chronicle remembers. Sun drops into the Grand Canyon like a coin into a vast red well, lighting the rims with copper fire, while the river far below turns from steel to ink. Swifts stitch the evening, and a high, dark aperture in a sandstone wall holds an old, patient shadow that refuses to move. The camera floats along an alcove where desert varnish gleams like dried blood, brushes past pictographs that look like ladders and herons, and finds a ledge no wider than a boot that leads toward a sealed mouth mortared shut in a different color than the wall around it. The heat of the day fades into a cool breath that smells of dust and mouse and mineral damp. and beneath the wind's steady hush, there is the sense of a room behind the stone, listening for footsteps. Here comes the paradox that has bothered the canyon for a century. That in 1909 a headline announced a Smithsonian-linked discovery of Egyptian-style artifacts so deep in an Arizona cave, a subterranean complex of tunnels and chambers said to contain copper tools, mummies in woven cloth, and statues of Isis and Osiris, impossible trophies for a place carved by a river in a continent that never knew the Nile. The story should have burned away like morning mist. Instead, it stuck to the rock. Fringe researchers propose a harder angle, that the find was real, that agencies arrived, catalogued, and closed, and that a polite membrane of denials and disremembered maps has covered the mouth ever since. Hikers whisper about Upper Canyon ledges with strange drill scars and about a particular bench in Marble Canyon where the stone is new across an old hole. River guides point at tall, dark gateways and say every story is a mirror until you put your hand on the glass. Theories bloom like cactus in a sudden rain. A mainstream explanation holds that the 1909 piece was fiction set to the music of exploration, a newspaper's bid for sensation written in the key of Tut, before Tut was even found. Some claim G.E. Kincaid never existed, that the co-author was a pen name, and that the Smithsonian kept no such man on any roll. Fringe theorists insist the artifacts described fit less a hoax than a curated melange. Buddhas and Egyptian statuary in one complex suggests syncretism, they say, not scribblers. The copper implements and cross-legged figures imply travelers or refugees, perhaps shipwrecked diasporas nested inland, perhaps colonists following river systems backward from coasts into hidden stone. Local Havasupai and Hopi accounts breathe a different grammar. Stories of emergence from Sipapuni, holes where people come from the underworld into the light, and of ancestor rooms kept in trust inside the cliffs. Elders say that ceremonies bind places that do not wish to be seen to eyes that do not know how to look. Conflict is as layered as the rock. National park officials maintain that closed caves are closed for safety and science, that false trails endanger visitors and encourage looting. Archaeologists add that every rumor draws a hammer or a pry bar. Freedom of Information requests return clean sheets that say no such records, and thanks for asking. Questions about coordinates receive smiles that look like walls. Some claim these anecdotes are heat stroke and bravado. Others claim stories, this consistent, do not grow by accident. Fringe researchers insist blank archives are not absence, but policy, that a file can be emptied as quietly as a cave can be bricked, that the canyon is a library taught to keep its own catalog. Historians dispute the original article's authorship and the plausibility of its travel times. Geologists counter that caves in the Red Wall and Muav limestones can swallow secrets for geologic afternoons without telling the rim a thing. Walk the rim at dusk, and the canyon returns to its first language. A raven folds the last light under its wings and vanishes into a slit that looks like a crack until it becomes a door. Heat bleeds from the wall, and a cooler scent breathes out, as if the interior were a lung remembering winter. Some suggest any Egyptian in Arizona is a misreading. Lotus is a yucca, seen sideways. Ibis a crane. Osiris a man wrapped for burial the way any body might be for stone. Others argue that the mix of motifs in the report points to curation by hosts, not ignorance by scribes, and that the distance upriver from known landings would have discouraged joy-riding hoaxers but rewarded methodical retrieval. Fringe researchers propose a transoceanic backstory, Phoenicians blown west, Buddhists navigating currents, travelers who found the Colorado's mouth, followed water inland, and chose shadow over conquest. Skeptics reply that the ocean is a blender, and the canyon is a lock, and neither bargains with small boats. A different line goes local, that the Egyptian vocabulary was a reporter's coat draped over guardians indigenous and specific, whose rooms hold bundles and bones and messages that never ask it for sunlight. The dust of argument never settles here. Others maintain these are campfire stories fattened by echo. The riddle refuses to rest because canyon itself behaves like an accomplice. It eats trails, silences phones, and lets a ledge exist for a single afternoon before returning it to cliff. Night climbs the walls, and the river writes its black sentence with no punctuation. And somewhere, a door that is not a door cools faster than stone. If the 1909 discovery was theater, why do sealed mouths breathe in winter and out in summer as if remembering visitors? If it was true, who decided that statues must sleep where flashlights cannot go and maps cannot point? And if the legend is a braid of two truths, indigenous rooms and outsider relics, what promise holds the mortar in place? What story would walk out into daylight if the grate were lifted? And who, among those who live by the river's calendar, already knows the answers and has chosen to keep them with the quiet patience of the stone itself? Dawn rinses Zhejiang in pale gold as the camera skims terraced paddies and lotus pools toward a rectangular quarry pond, where the surface trembles like polished jade. Pumps cough awake, hoses writhe, and the waterline sinks to reveal steps fluted by hand chisels and a mouth that exhales damp breath from a darkness large enough to swallow a temple. Lantern beams rake the walls and wake a grain that runs in parallel grooves, from floor to ceiling like fish scales frozen in sandstone. Pillars stand at measured intervals with edges kept almost impossibly true, and the ceiling spans flat as a calm sea, despite the weight of hill above. The paradox arrives with the first slow pan. Caverns large enough to stage a palace, each cut by hand, each coherent. And yet history keeps no ledger, no decree, no payroll, no poem praising the Lord, who ordered so much stone to obey. The Longyu caves should not exist, as they are told to exist. They are too big, too precise, and too unmentioned, like a shouted sentence edited out of a chronicle that otherwise loves noise. Some believe they began as reservoirs dug by farmers, who learned to carve fast and clean, then expanded those basins in useful seasons until the containers became cathedrals. Others argue the geometry refuses such thrift. Corners run straight, pillars keep faces square, and staircases climb at consistent rise and run, as if obedience to a plumb was a law rather than a habit. Fringe theorists propose a missing chapter, a guild that wrote its textbooks in stone, a court that asked its architects to hide magnificence, or a ritual engineering that preferred stone roofs to sky, while local legends speak of a drowned city whose breath still rises through the ponds, its halls uncovered only when the pumps humbled the water. Scholars remain divided because the evidence behaves like theater. Tool marks neither wander nor collide, as though crews followed a rulebook read from the same line. Shallow bas-reliefs, fish, tiles, waves sit in panels like signatures that ask to be noticed and then refuse to explain themselves. Walk long enough, and details multiply until they feel like instructions. Trenches skirt floors at ankle height as if to shepherd runoff, or footprints, or tails, openings to sister caverns, align at levels that make no sense unless movement was choreographed. A balcony overlooks a floor ribbed to shrug dust. A niche at shoulder height throws a voice across the room as though the space was rehearsing an address. A stair ascends to meet a pane of rock that rings under a mallet, thin as a drumhead, yet unwilling to crack. Some suggest the dense, even grooves were less ornament than instrument, catching lamplight and scattering it into a usable wash. Others claim the texture widens surface area, so damp evaporates fast, a climate control disguised as pattern. Fringe. Researchers insist the resonance of certain halls is tuned on purpose, that a low chant gathers the air and carries messages along the grain as if sound itself were a courier with safe conduct. When locals first pumped the water in the 1990s, fish flapped on carved steps and the chambers emerged shockingly intact, their floors unburdened by sediment, their corners crisp, as if the last workers had set down tools yesterday and walked away without sweeping. No soot blankets, the ceilings where lamps should have smoked. Counter-arguments arrive with tools and ledgers. Archaeologists say communal digging can standardize itself until chance looks like design. Stonemasons reply that stroke pressure changes as if two hands shared one thought. Engineers run spoil numbers and mutter that moving so much sandstone should have left scars the landscape refuses to exhibit. Agronomists answer that terraces are scars smoothed into bread, and that villagers know how to borrow river current until it believes you. Historians dispute the missing ink. Perhaps the commissioning power fell and its records burned. Perhaps the work belonged to tax evaders who preferred anonymity. Perhaps the archives are simply sleeping where we have not looked. Others claim the absence itself is a signature, discretion by design, a pact to keep purpose inside the rock. Fringe researchers insist the caverns once connected to waterways now silted shut, an inland port where barges could slide to hidden vaults under cover of ordinary ponds. Others maintain the complex taught a calendar, its shadows marking solstice on carved registers we have not yet learned to read. Calm shades toward suspense, when a guide's whisper dies in a corner and returns from the ceiling as a single tone. Speculation gathers when the lamps are hooded and the dark feels attentive rather than empty. Perhaps these rooms cooled grain for tribute. Perhaps they sheltered a displaced court. Perhaps they staged vows under ceilings that erase echo, like a priest erases doubt. Perhaps a princely exile built an underworld to mirror a confiscated palace above. Others argue that the grammar we admire is our projection, a net cast to spare us from admitting how little we know. Meanwhile, the stone continues to answer like a seasoned witness. Carved notches accept beams that are no longer here. Sockets meet invisible doors with the calm of hinges. Whereon stair treads shifts mid-flight, as if traffic once turned aside to touch a relic now gone. Scholars remain divided, the measurements precise and the meanings mercurial. And yet the enigma endures, stubborn as the cool breath that rises from depths the map pretends are mute. If these caverns were only reservoirs, why do balconies overlook? Stages and niches train voices to cross stone like letters. If they were only warehouses, who tuned the rooms so chants run along the grain and do not fray? And if they were neither storehouse nor shrine, but the visible ribs of a plan we have forgotten, What labor filled the blank pages, what procession timed its steps by shadows underground, and whose decision taught a valley to keep a century-long silence about halls too vast to hide, and somehow perfectly hidden still. At noon, the Cappadocian plateau shimmers like a sea of stone, cones and cliffs lifting out of tufa in creamy waves, while swifts stitch the hot air. Then the frame drops through a modest hole in a courtyard, and the heat vanishes as a cool, even breath rises from a shaft to cut like a throat. Steps descend in a spiral just wide enough for shoulders. Wall lamps glow in niches that once multiplied flame, and with each turn, the city widens, rooms honeycombing outward in rings until the sense of downward becomes a sense of elsewhere. A corridor opens into a hall, with benches grown from the wall. Beyond, a stable with troughs. Beyond, a kitchen whose ceiling is pierced by a vent that drinks smoke and gives back breeze. The shock is not that one underground city exists, but that there are hundreds. Derinkuyu, Kaimakla, Uzkonak, Maza, and nameless hosts stitched beneath villages in Anatolia like lace under cotton. The paradox refuses comfort. If these were only hideouts, why the civil grammar? If only habitations, why the readiness for siege on every corner? If only monasteries, why the load-bearing arithmetic of small empires carved below the plow? Some maintain the honeycomb is a layered refuge, widened whenever danger rode the horizon, each generation adding halls as needs dictated. Others claim the planning runs too deep for panic, pointing to ventilation shafts spaced with mathematical restraint, to blind corners that slow strangers without strangling traffic, to wells that rise to meet kitchens as faithfully as arteries meet lungs. Fringe researchers propose a different ancestry altogether, a people for whom the surface was unsuitable or insufficient, climate too fierce, enemies too many, sky too untrustworthy, who refined a way of living under the ground so complete that later refugees simply moved into a house already tuned. Local stories speak of teachers who showed ancestors how to make the wind walk, and then left. Others whisper of tunnels that run between cities like secret roads, their doors rolled shut and forgotten under gardens. Scholars remain divided because the artifacts tell mixed stories. Wine presses and chapels, schools and barns, armories and quiet rooms where a whisper becomes a sermon with no change in voice. The pattern reads like legislation carved into stone. Corridors kink before they meet large spaces, preventing a straight charge. Intersections host small bays where a few may step aside and vanish while others pass. Stair rises are gentle to spare tired legs moving with bundles or children. Some believe these niceties are the fingerprints of a genius generation. Others argue they accreted, survival lessons layered into architecture until the walls themselves remembered. Fringe theorists insist on a broader map. Shafts line up with windroses, galleries imitate the lungs, and the whole field of cities behaves like an organism made of towns, able to seal sections like a lizard losing a tail. Engineers admire the ventilation. Shafts of varying diameters that maintain pressure differentials even in storms, chimneys that never pull cooking fires too hard, wells that are walled off from latrines with the prudence of doctors. Priests bless acoustics that cradle chant. Herdsmen appreciate ramps broad enough for sheep. Midwives remember where the air is warmest in winter and move there when labor begins. Descent sharpens the focus. Archaeologists chart soot, pollen, bones, and ash, and map periods of crowded occupation followed by stillness. Historians point to edicts and raids, to Arab-Byzantine frontiers and Mongol thunder, and say the earth sheltered those who had to wait the weather of war. Others claim this reads the latest stories into older rooms. Why would Phrygian or Hittite hands dig so deep unless depth itself was a value? Fringe researchers insist on an inheritance, older frameworks renovated by later hands, a deep template that explains why different cities share habits without sharing builders. Some whisper of passages that once ran for miles and were collapsed on purpose so maps would forget. Others maintain such continuity is romance attached to coincidence. Scholars still debate whether rolling stones are rare defenses or daily doors, and whether certain carvings mark clan, trade, or liturgy. Historians dispute accounts of tunnel highways as travelers' exaggerations, while villagers shrug and say their grandparents warned them not to dig new wells without asking the old ones first. Evidence keeps walking both directions at once. In Oskonak, small holes above corridor doors suggest slots for pouring water or hot oil on intruders. In Maklu, a suite of room circles a shaft so efficiently the air feels brushed. In Derinkuyu, a meeting space rests under a vaulted ceiling that returns a leader's voice without multiplying it. Some suggest these are mere conveniences, scaled up. Others claim they are intentional civic design using stone as statute. Fringe researchers propose that the honeycomb encodes more than survival. A calendar told by shafts brightening on certain days, a map of constellations translated into stair counts, a school of governance teaching by hallway. An engineer listens to a draft and says the wind is reading. An ethnographer hears a hymn and says the room is answering. A skeptic tests the walls and finds only tufa and labor. Meanwhile, rumors persist of dead-end doors that breathe in winter and sigh in summer, of bells heard far below that are not church bells, of a corridor sealed in one village that seems to exhale in another after rain. What chills is not merely magnitude, but coherence without a single author. If these places were only bolt holes, why are they beautiful where they do not need to be? If they were only homes who taught farmers to write airflow like music, and if they were neither but the surviving ribs of a plan older than the conquerors who hid in them, what conversation connected town to town below the plow? What doctrine kept kitchens from fouling wells across centuries? And who first decided that a people should learn to vanish in plain sight and still keep their laws through stone? Evening drapes the high desert in copper and violet as the camera glides over mesas, washes, and juniper shadows toward a circular plaza where a ladder rises from a dark mouth in the earth. Smoke from a cedar fire threads upward and vanishes into a sky the color of old turquoise. Below, the kiva is warm and quiet, plastered smooth, its bench line and fire pit arranged with the composure of memory. At the floor's center, a small opening, the sipapu, marks the place of emergence. A symbol and a doorway, a reminder that people come from below before they belong above. The paradox breathes here in the soft light of embers. In Hopi stories, survival arrives not from the heavens but from the ground, where the ant people opened their homes during cataclysms of fire and ice, taught food and patience, and returned, families to daylight when the world remembered how to be kind. In a landscape that seems to preach exposure and horizon, the origin points down, toward shelter and instruction, toward neighbors who do not live under the sun. Some elders say the Ant people, Anusinom, are helpful beings who welcomed ancient clans during the destruction of earlier worlds, sharing stored seeds and teaching how to live by rhythm rather than hurry. Others maintain the stories translate practical refuge into persons, real communities who sheltered refugees in caves during droughts and wars became, over centuries, guardians with antenna crowns in the imagination. Fringe theorists propose a more literal reading: subterranean hosts with high craft, keepers of the deep places, whose portrayal with segmented bodies and shining eyes records not metaphor but memory. Scholars remain divided because the motifs are consistent yet fluid. Emergence holes in kivas mirror geologic fissures. Migrations follow star symbols and clan marks. Prayers address directions above and below with the same courtesy. Historians dispute timelines, arguing whether tales of burning skies and cold darkness preserve volcanic winters or the moral weather of conquest. The layered theories walk together up the ladder and into the wind. Some believe Ant is a lesson about labor and providence, naming those who stored grain when others did not. Others argue that Ant preserves a description of dwellers, whose complexion, eyes, or helmets suggested insects to frightened survivors. Fringe researchers insist on a technological undertow. Accounts of luminous chambers, humming corridors, and teachers who returned to stone hint at machinery hidden behind ceremony. Ethnographers listen to songs and hear instructions in them. How to space corn, how to step through a dry season, how to carry embers from one home to another like continuity itself. Archaeologists show cliff dwellings and lava tube shelters and say the land teaches architecture in a single voice to separate peoples. Theologians sit with elders and learn that the point of the story is not the appearance of the helpers, but the obligations that follow gifts. Local tradition remembers migrations traced on prayer tablets and petroglyphs, spirals whose open end points the way a clan left, handprints at crossings, footprints that walk the wall like stars. Ceremonial masks remind children that messengers walk between realms and wear many faces. The teaching is practical and cosmic in the same breath. Both. Conflict sharpens when translation and ownership meet. Some outsiders lift the ant people into pulp, painting them as bug-eyed saviors or kidnappers in service of screens. Hopi voices reply that this extracts spectacle while discarding oath, that the gift of shelter binds descendants to balance, ceremony, and careful speech. Historians dispute appropriation and accuracy in equal measure. Others claim astronomical alignments in certain kivas encode not only solstices, but moments in cycles of catastrophe. Others again say alignments are the first coincidence a hungry eye will find on any square. Fringe researchers insist the sepapu is more than symbol, a maintained memory of literal passages whose mouths were closed when the covenant changed. Some maintain the worlds are ages of human behavior, not continents. Others hear in the burning and freezing a geologic cadence of fires and winters too large for one lifetime. Scholars still debate specific words in songs that shift meaning, with context like water changes vessel. Evidence refuses to settle into a single drawer. A story tells of people who scratched new rooms from stone, while the ant people brought mushrooms that grew without sun. A seed jar sealed with pitch waits 100 years and opens to germination. A prayer bundle includes shells from oceans far away, beads from traders, feathers from birds that travel further than any clan. Some suggest these are metaphors that have forgotten their fences. Others argue that metaphors are the only fences the truth agrees to wear. A canyon ledge leads to a cool, deep crevasse that exhales in winter and inhales in summer. A boy's grandfather says this is where stories breathe, not where tourists go. Fringe theorists propose that helpers still watch thresholds, nudging, hunters from bad paths and tilting storms away from fields. Skeptics say memory selects its victories and forgets its misses. Meanwhile, ceremonies proceed at appointed hours. Sand paintings bloom and are erased, and songs carry obligations forward, like flocks across a blue road. What the tale demands is less spectacle than discipline, yet the chill arrives anyway in the last light on the ladder rungs. If beings below welcomed families through winters of ash and summers without water, who taught them generosity, and where did they learn to tune rooms to warmth? If the stories recall human hosts who lived in caves, what vows were traded between guest and guardian that still govern hands today? And if the ant people are memory's mask for a deeper lineage of caretakers we would not recognize if they stood at the door, how many thresholds are we walking past at dusk without knowing? What debt waits to be paid when the sky changes again? And who will remember the song for stepping down when the wind forgets its manners and the ladders gleam like bones in the dark? Midnight slides over Paris, and the city lifts its lamps like a necklace. Traffic thins to a hush while, beneath the cobbles galleries, stretch away in chalk-white lines, pillars of limestone holding up centuries of sleep. The camera drops past a rusted grate into air that smells of damp stone and candle, turns along a corridor painted with quarry marks, and arrives at an ossuary where femurs and skulls are stacked into careful walls that curve like script. A chalk arrow, old as an oath, points to a side passage bricked up in neater work than the rock around it. A trickle of cooler air presses through the mortar, as if the door were breathing. Above, boulevards and bakeries. Below, a second geography whose map is always almost complete. The paradox is civic and intimate at once. A metropolis whose skeleton of quarries was transformed into catacombs for 6 million dead, and yet rumor insists keeps levels never catalogued. Sealed floors, hidden rooms, chambers that do not appear on official charts, places where explorers vanish or return changed, where strange rites leave soot rosettes on ceilings no tourist will ever see. Some believe the sealed sections are simply unsafe, their ceilings flaked, their pillars eaten by time and water. Others maintain the closures hide more than hazard, designed as membranes to keep stories where they can do no harm. Fringe theorists propose galleries older than the revolution cut by hands with different habits, a labyrinth mapped by guilds and kept as a city beneath the city for those with quiet credentials. Cataphiles whisper of murals that do not match any era they know, of staircases that end at sand, like a sentence refuses a subject, of rooms tuned to a note that makes the lungs feel full. Scholars remain divided because measurement is exact while access is discretionary. Municipal services publish partial plans, police issue warnings, and the underground behaves like an archive that reads its readers before it permits a page. Historians dispute the famous camcorder story, the barking dog, the final scream. Some say the footage was art, others a hoax. Others again insist a few doors were quietly bricked soon after. The lived realities is both more ordinary and stranger. Quarries were cut for centuries, their pillars left thick enough to shoulder a city. Bones were moved underground when surface cemeteries overflowed. The Inspection Générale des Carrières stabilized caverns, drew maps, and named streets that shadow streets above. Yet the network's personality resists domestication. Some passages carry a wind that should not exist in closed systems. Others hold a stillness so complete that a match refuses to behave. Cataphiles graffiti, their heraldry on walls no one will repaint. Municipal crews mark utilities in fluorescent, spray that looks like children's lightning. Fringe researchers insist the sealed levels trace older voids. Paleolithic caves nibbled by quarry, Gallo-Roman cellars, plague refuges, stitched together by necessity into a palimpsest. Others claim the only mystery is administration measured in centuries. A faded plaque whispers the name of a quarryman whose street no longer exists. Maps forget what stone remembers. Meanwhile, a rumor walks by candlelight that beneath certain hospitals and ministries run protected corridors, not for escape, but for remembrance, a civic heart that prefers to beat unheard. Disputes sharpen along familiar lines. Engineers say stability dictates closure, and the city owes its living citizens secure foundations. Explorers reply that some sealed doors breathe in winter and fall silent in summer, hinting at volumes the air refuses to forget. Some argue the soot circles are the bad manners of clandestine parties. Others maintain their placement shows technique and purpose. Lamps set high to draw draft, fires coaxed to map a room's lungs. Fringe theorists propose ritual chambers where post-revolution fraternities wrote a curriculum of memory in smoke. Archivists shrug and say paper burns faster than bone crumbles. Scholars still debate whether the underground is a mirror of above-ground politics or its relief map, where what cannot be said is carved in chalk and sealed behind honest brick. Police patrols leave chalk warnings like small treaties. Cataphiles erase and redraw as if conversation were the point. A musician plays a harmonica, and the note seems to round a corner and return from the wrong side. Accounts accumulate like drips. A photographer follows arrows and arrives at a room where walls have been painted to mimic windows, and beyond them a courtyard under false moonlight. A sewer worker finds a door of fresh masonry behind an older vault and is told to report, not to return. A geologist hears the steady tick of water in a place whose ceiling shows no joint and whose floor is dust. Some suggest these are hallucinations of fatigue, fantasies of trespassers who want a prize. Others argue consistency argues for a source. Fringe researchers insist there is a curriculum in the catacombs. How to read air, how to hear weight, how to carry light so it does not betray where you are. City officials claim there is no secret. The map is simply longer than a budget or a decade. A mason says he bricked a corridor whose draft smelled of old tobacco and wet feathers. A medic says he treated a man who would not speak, except to ask whether the yellow door still sang. The city of light sleeps. Below, the chalk keeps its cool and its counsel. If the sealed levels are only dangerous, why do some doors exhale in cold months and inhale in warm as if lungs were still attached? If they conceal nothing but risk, why do a few rooms return sound that was not sent? And if Paris truly rests on a second city of memory and ceremony with its own etiquette, what vows keep the mortar firm? What stories would walk upstairs if a certain brick were lifted at noon? And who would be changed by what they heard when the street above kept moving, as if nothing at all had stirred in the deep? Polar night lays a velvet lid over Spitzbergen, while Aurora braids silent fire above a black fjord. Snow scours the scree, with a sound like paper being torn, and a concrete wedge, half bunker, half sculpture, juts from permafrost at a clean, impossible angle, its entry crowned by a blue-faceted light that looks less like a porch lamp than a star pinned to a wall. The door sighs open to breath like refrigerated steel. A tunnel descends in a straight, disciplined line toward thick blast doors, fluorescent strips pacing the floor as if counting. Racks of sealed packets whisper of wheat and millet and beans. Aluminum canisters wear cereals like quiet epithets. A clipboard in a plastic sleeve inventories futures in botanical Latin. The paradox steps out of the cold with us. A public ark designed only for seeds, humble, sensible, transparent, sits atop rumors of floors no brochure mentions, levels, where the racks hold not barley, but bones ground to powder and glass vials of marrow, where freezers hum at colder registers than plants require, where shelves keep not crops, but chronicles. Some suggest this is only the security theater of a frightened century. We build a vault, and the mind reflexively lowers it deeper, populating the dark with fantasies. Others argue the siting, funding, and redundancies smell of a continuity program, broader than agriculture, pointing to duplicate tunnels, to antennas that do not match a warehouse's needs, to procurement lots for cryocompressors normally seen in biomedical contexts. Fringe researchers propose a layered scheme: seat on top for the press, genome below for the trustees, and in the lowest rooms a memory archive measured in petabytes and tablets, a museum of U.S. curated against collapse. Historians dispute every citation and date, noting how easily a procurement code becomes mystery when viewed sideways. Archivists claim no sovereign has ever resisted the urge to bury more than grain when a cold room is available. Locals tell simpler, older stories. Coal mines punch holes through the mountain like well-tempered needles. Tunnels sometimes meet tunnels in ways employers don't prefer to admit. A 1940s ADET once breathed warm air in winter until someone decided it should not. Engineers counter with geology. Permafrost means stability. The angle and depth are about flood lines and temperatures, not secret causeways. Yet the mind loops back to the architecture. Why the artwork that looks like frozen electricity? Why the camera domes tucked where a tourist will never notice them? Why the service corridor that turns left toward rock mapped as solid? Some believe those are only industrial tidiness and a designer's taste. Others maintain the aesthetic is also a signal. This is a shrine. Behave accordingly. Fringe researchers insist a second, unmarked portal opens inland far from the obvious entrance, a service route that descends past the plant vault into rooms with double gasket doors and fiber trunks. They point to shipping manifests that list non-seed materials under consortia names that exist on paper but rent no desks. Scholars remain divided, and the treaty language around global commons and sovereign collections muddies everything with beautiful intentions. Conflicting accounts accrue like rhyme. A contractor swears he wheeled a crate labeled archival material whose weight did not match its volume. A minister says he toured only what everybody tours and saw nothing but good sense. A nurse says her cousin drew blood in a pop-up clinic that did not admit who funded it. An IT tech says a certain rack lights up during storms when the seed side is asleep. Others claim every one of these tales is northern cabin fiction, bourbon, warmed by exaggeration. Meanwhile, the vault remains exactly what it is and perhaps exactly what it is not. A cold hymn to germplasm and a lighthouse for a ship that may never strike. And yet the mystery remains, humming at a frequency that feels like infrastructure. If there are floors below, Are they merely backups for medicine and myth? Or do they keep instructions for reassembling culture when paper remembers nothing? If continuity plans extend past plants, who chose what counts as humanity's minimum viable archive, and who gets to uncrate it? And if the lowest lights guard something older than our century's anxiety, samples from ancient bones, sequences copied from teeth, tablets kept against amnesia, what story about our beginning sleeps under barley? Who is meant to read it after the long night? And what else, colder and quieter than seed, is already listening behind that second door we are told does not exist? Katabatic wind tumbles off the polar plateau like a white river, sculpting sastrugi into frozen waves that glitter under a sky hard as hammered tin. The horizon is a clean blade, the light metallic, the world reduced to blue ice and the roar of air until the camera drops to a radar screen in a heated tent where green lines pulse like a heartbeat. The scan slices beneath miles of ice and paints a ghost, voids as big as stadiums, corridors that behave like tunnels, lakes that refuse to freeze even here, all stitched into a shadow architecture no sun will ever touch. The paradox is geographic and galling. A continent sold as empty, simple, a white page with penguins, governed by treaty, monitored by science, keeps sketching hints of rooms where rooms should not be. Some suggest this is glaciology being itself. Basal water eats caverns. Geothermal heat pockets carve halls. Ice flows make shapes that look like intention to eyes hungry for story. Others claim the pattern is too coherent. Voids align along lines that ignore bedrock logic. Echoes ring as if off masonry. Sensors hiccup in grids rather than in noise. Fringe researchers propose that under the ice lies a colonnade of cities older than the present ocean, sealed when seas climbed and climates rolled, preserved by cold and secrecy since the last map we do not possess. They cite warm anomalies at Dome Sea, magnetic oddities near the Gamburtsev Mountains, and the stubborn mythos that gathers wherever a door is implied. Historians dispute the temptation to staple Nazi expeditions and Operation High Jump onto any blank. The 1938-39 German flights mapped, dropped flags, and bragged, but built nothing lasting. The 1946-47 U.S. task force trained, tested, and left. Others, less patient, argue that both missions saw more than they reported, pointing to classified after-action notes, to rumors of aircraft chased by lights, to whispered losses chalked up to weather that pilots refused to call weather. Scholars remain divided because Antarctica is both most measured and least accessible. Satellites see everything and tell little. Boots step only where cordoned. The debate sharpens at the edges of logistics. The treaty forbids militarization and claims a commons. Yet, national programs run enclaves with fences you cannot photograph. Some believe the fences keep tourists out of crevasses. Others maintain they keep cameras off infrastructure not listed on public manifests. Fringe researchers insist certain ice caves were warmed and lit in the 1960s by parties not in the literature. A welder's diary found in a Minnesota attic mentions welding under blue ceilings, where the snow sweats, then falls silent for 3 pages torn out. Geophysicists answer with known warmth. Volcanoes sleeping under ice, frictional heating at sliding beds, fresh water lidded by cold water, a world of wet plumbing that breathes, no aliens required. A pilot, old now, says he turned away from a black mouth in a white cliff because the compass rolled like a dog. His co-pilot says, "Memories do that when the pay is thin and the whiskey is thick." A field technician remembers a radio dead zone shaped like a circle you could not walk out of, except by backing up. Her supervisor calls it a local plasma frolic and reminds her to submit timesheets. Meanwhile, satellites keep catching straight lines no glacier should draw, and later, passes show only snow. The speculative blooms were the practical phrase, some whisper of Neuschwabenland and Base 211, of U-boats that fled south not for exile, but for rendezvous. Others, more modern, speak of cavern lakes with pottery on their shelves and murals under rime, of papyrus sealed in resin, airtight for an age. Skeptics count birds and barrels and say shipping cannot hide an empire of under-ice stone. Yet the continent itself conspires. Caves in volcanic ice fields billow warm fog. Tunnels under blue roofs ring when struck. Lake Vostok's water is older than our alphabets and whispers of ecosystems dark as comets. And then there are the silences. A LiDAR strip goes missing from a public repository. An anomalous return makes 3 calls in a row and then vanishes from a server. A research station publishes weekly weather without a single photograph for a month, and nobody asks why, because station internet is a rumor at the best of times. Others say this is all bureaucracy performing like snow, slow, drifting, erasing, footprints, even as they are made. Still the enigma endures, amplified by the way cold preserves folly and miracle alike. If there are halls under the ice, are they natural ribs learned by a species that did not need the sun? Or are they foundations of cities laid down when the world wore another climate and abandoned when the sea remembered itself? If expeditions found rooms and closed their mouths, was the motive protection, control, or fear of what those rooms would say about our calendars? And if the radar ghosts are only physics wearing a mask, why do some voids stand in rows like avenues? Why do compasses behave like frightened animals at certain cliffs? And why do the few stories that leak out at rhyme with places our maps continue to insist are nothing but wind, old light, and ice? Moonlight sheets across the Slovak karst, like frost, on hammered steel, silvering spruce tops and laying pale fire along limestone seams as a wind that tastes of leaf mold and iron moves the ravine. A narrow fissure at the base of a moss-dark wall takes a lantern's beam and throws it back, not as rock should, but with a muted glint, as if a buried tool had turned to face the light. The first meters squeeze to shoulder width, then ease into a corkscrew descent, where every footfall returns a hushed, metallic ring. Too clean for stone, too steady for chance, until the tunnel shows its shape. A helical bore, walls smooth, as poured metal, pitch regular as a screw thread, droplets marching its spiral like stars on an arm of sky. The paradox lands with the cold. In 1944, partisans on the run reported a moon-colored shaft that turned beneath their boots, a metallic tunnel inside a mountain of limestone, an artifact with no industrial parent and no place in a country at war. Years later, when luck and memory guided others back, the mouth was sealed, and the ground above wore a new badge of authority. Some suggest the story is partisan folklore grown glossy with retelling, a night fear given hardware. Others claim too many details hold, ringing echoes, perfect pitch, a faint tang of oil to dismiss. Fringe theorists propose an object threading the hill, not a natural karst screw, but a manufactured tube, older than the mines, and younger than the strata, a conduit or machine, belly down in the mountain. Local whispers say men heard a hum on still nights and saw frost trace perfect circles on the rock around the door before the masonry went up. Scholars remain divided because evidence in this case behaves like a fox, present, cunning, never where a spotted last. Historians dispute the provenance of the few notes and clippings and call the tale a partisan's riddle. Field cavers answer that limestone does not ring like that, nor does a natural conduit keep such even rise and run through bends. Others argue geology can surprise the proud, that pressure and water can draft helical forms, that memory loves polish. Yet a retired sapper shows a faded snapshot of the entrance before sealing, and the curve is too neat, the seam too regular, an engineered line in a wild stone. Conflicting motives add smoke to echo. Officials maintain the closure was a safety act, and nothing more. Villagers mutter that a fence, a patrol, and paint, renewed on a metal emblem, suggest interests beyond hazard tape. Some believe a wartime crash gifted the hill a cargo of salvage, fuselage plates hammered into a shelter, radio crates stacked inside, the spiral merely the luck of a coincident karst. Others claim a salvage job would wobble, snag, and fail, to draft breath so perfectly. Fringe researchers insist those who found it were told to forget, because the thing was not wartime at all, but pre-war or prehistory, a remnant of work beneath the soil that left no books. A forester recalls a winter when the slope hummed in windless dark, and cattle would not use the lower pasture for a month. Approach what remains, and small details cut sharper than rumor. The sill is rounded as if by boots, though no path leads. Here now, ice forms in clean hoops along the lip in hard frost, as if guided. Knock with a knuckle, and the wall carries the sound away around the curve before sending it back. Softened, like a whisper that prefers to listen to itself first. Some believe echo and expectation are old conspirators. Others maintain that air, in a helical tube, behaves like a messenger, choosing routes and speeds that are not imagination. Fringe researchers propose the bore was lined to manage temperature and moisture, an apparatus, not a corridor. Its spiral tuned to shepherd condensation and noise. Geologists counter that karst can mimic intention, and that a trick of mineralization can put a sheen on stone to coax the eye. And yet the problem holds its shape. Who threads a hill? To what end? And with what craft in 1944, or centuries earlier, in a forest with few rails and fewer forges? Some suggest it is a drain, a helix to bleed a drowned chamber or lake. Others argue for a lift, a spiral for moving something upward without much headroom. Still others speak in lower voices of a machine sleeping in limestone, a relic that needed the earth's bones as cradle. Scholars remain divided, catalogues thin, testimonies nervous. A priest says he heard a tone under the ground once and never again. An engineer marks the pitch with a pencil and shakes his head at the regularity. A bureaucrat writes, "No feature of interest," and closes the file. The wind returns, tasting again of iron. The sealed mouth gives a faint exhale in summer and inhales slow in winter, as if lungs were attached. Frost ferns draw and redraw the same spiral every year for those who walk the ridge at dawn. If the moonshaft was legend, why does the hill still answer like metal when rain begins? If it was human, whose quiet workshop machined a mountain, and if it was neither folktale nor ordinary engineering, but the exposed thread of a device the ground prefers to keep, What was it built to move? Who silenced the last witnesses, and what wakes or waits along that hidden spiral when the night is very still? The cattle refuse the lower field, and the frost draws its silver script in perfect circles again. Before sunrise, the plateau is a ledger of shadow and expectation, the pyramids black against a paling sky, and the air as taut as a string. Jackals move like ember smudges along the wadi, while dew frets the limestone, and a faint mineral cool lifts from the ground, as if the bedrock were breathing. As the light climbs, masonry becomes mathematics, edges resolve to intention, and limestone skin glows with that honeyed blush photographers chase. Beneath this geometry, rumor insists, lies another. Rooms and corridors mortared with silence. Instead of stone, a buried archive of beginnings kept behind thresholds no permit will name. The paradox is both tidy and disquieting. Herodotus wrote of a prodigious labyrinth, and older Egyptians spoke of sealed repositories. Modern scans sometimes mark anomalous voids, then reports step back from their own implications. Official statements assure the public there is nothing more than ventilation shafts and unfinished work, and yet old maps point to doors that have since become walls, and a few stones near the Sphinx whisper of passages that shadow the monuments above. Some believe the Hall of Records is a medieval embroidery on classical rumor, a postscript sewn on by later mystics, and, in the 20th century, embroidered again by seers and opportunists. Others argue that a culture able to master the heavens in stone would store its memory somewhere better than wind-scoured surface, and that the dryness beneath Giza is an archivist's dream. Fringe researchers propose an intentional repository, plates, cylinders, papyri, perhaps something stranger, concealed in chambers tuned to protect speech from mold and flame, an inheritance secured against flood and conquest. Local lore keeps closer counsel, saying certain rooms are not for seeing, but for hearing, that priests once descended to listen to the ground tell the year. Scholars remain divided, the instruments saying, maybe, the logistics saying, not now, and the guardians of the antiquities saying, no. Others claim the refusals are not censorship, but duty. Stability first, wonder later, if ever. Yet skeptics of the skepticism note that doors have been found and declared symbolic, shafts treated as ritual until they draft like chimneys, and alignments dismissed as coincidence until their precision embarrasses coincidence. Conflicting frames collide in the corridors under the argument. Engineers insist that what scanners call voids can be construction spaces, stress relief cavities, or shadows cast by density. Epigraphers point out that Egyptian texts speak in metaphor, and that House of Life can mean a scriptorium, a philosophy, or a god. Geophysicists adjust parameters, and the rectangle vanishes. Adjust again, and it returns. Some suggest a deliberate undercity, a library laid down when the Nile wandered differently, when priests acted as clerks for calendar, flood, and star. Others claim the underworld is modern romance draped on ancient bedrock, a thirst for origin that cannot bear to leave origins dispersed among potsherds, ledgers, and sand. Fringe theorists insist on a deeper chronology altogether, a pre-dynastic custodianship memorialized in later stone, a time capsule left by a culture the dynasties inherited rather than invented. Traditional scholars counter with decades of excavation that found no such shock, but much complexity. and warn that myth loves to sit in empty rooms. The debates are not sterile. They are lived in a place that refuses to be ordinary even when spreadsheets win. A sealed door in a narrow shaft meets a camera and shows a second door beyond. Permits unfold, fold, and unfold again. A robot with a drill is proposed, rejected, modified, and proposed again. A chamber is imaged and constrained, then quietly removed from press releases next season. Scaffolds go up and come down, and locals shrug at foreigners who think time is a schedule and not a weather. Some whisper of quiet digs after midnight and crates that leave by other gates. Others maintain that everything moves under clipboards and that warehouses always look like secrets to people who want secrets. Fringe researchers claim a corridor beneath the Sphinx pause that bends where no corridor should run, an angle that suggests design rather than accident. Conservators answer that water eats stone from below and will draft paths where it must. Engineers reply that water does not cut 90 degrees without a reason. Meanwhile, the plateau goes about its old business. Stars set where the architects told them to. The wind comes up in the late morning and dies by dusk. Bedouin coffee steams in small cups while the Sphinx watches the sun complete another sentence. Yet the enigma does not leave. Anomalies recur in instruments handled by different hands. A few elderly workers remember carrying lamps down steps that official maps do not show. A young inspector says, "We protect more than stone," and will not say more. A guide says quietly that he has seen doors that were not doors, and doors that became walls. If there is no archive, why do voids arrange themselves with the grace of rooms? And why do shafts behave like lungs? If there is one, who decided that remembering must wait, and for how long? And if beneath the visible triad, a ledger of beginnings sleeps in tuned air, records of measures, floods, medicines, stars, what story would it tell about who we are? Who would be permitted to hear it, and what will change on the surface the day the hidden sentence under Giza finally finishes, not with a rumor, but aloud? Polar dawn drifts over the Buchegi like a pale veil, fog curling between ranks of fur, while cliff faces rise in tiers of iron-gray sandstone, frost nets, the shrubs. The air tastes of copper and ice, and the camera glides past the wind-sanded Sphinx toward a seam of darkness in the rock, a slit that swallows light the way a lung takes breath. Inside, breath crystals. Footfalls soften, and the walls glitter with mica like salt in low lamplight. A faint, unaccountable hum rides the corridor, as if cables hid inside the stone, and then the passage opens without warning into a circular chamber where the air is unnaturally still, as though the mountain held its own breath to listen. The paradox enters here with gloved fingers. Leaked reports speak of a hemispheric energy field, an invisible dome that refuses drills and drones and fingers, a membrane that treats metal one way and flesh another, a gate that will not admit a liar. Behind it, they say, stands a gallery of panels that light like water when approached, screens that answer by geometry, a projection hall where histories display themselves without ink or actor. Some believe the dossier is Cold War theater dressed for the internet age, a stew of tunnels, bunkers, and radar caves rebadged as arcana. Others claim the bureaucratic fingerprints, the inventory codes, thermal tolerances, duty cycles, ring of a partial truth, wrapped in patriotic fog. Fringe theorists propose a pre-dynastic archive, a central vault beneath Buchegi, corridors raying beneath continents toward the plateau of Giza and Himalayan fastnesses, doorways tuned not only to keys but to conscience, a library built by custodians who trusted stone more than kings. Local herders whisper simpler sentences. Sometimes the hillside hums before snow. Sometimes a compass wobbles on a clear day. Sometimes a storm gathers as if the mountain wanted privacy. An old man gestures at a fenced slope and says a cousin once worked night watch there, and his radio picked up voices that were not in any language he knew. Scholars remain divided. Historians dispute provenance, pointing out that forged stamps have become an art. Physicists roll their eyes at talk of smart fields that sort intent, of screens that read thought, of tunnels that curve with the earth, yet keep pressure and pitch like instruments. Engineers admit reluctantly that a chamber set in the right rock could behave with odd electromagnetics if piezoelectric stress, water, and fissures align just so. Others argue the pattern of the leaks is wrong for total fiction. Too much dull detail, too many dead ends, too much boredom woven into wonder. Conflicting motives, not the story. Some officials maintain that any secrecy concerns mines and military history. Old galleries, adits, and emergency stores, nothing more. Conservationists claim silence preserves heritage from zeal, that opening. One rumor will crack 10 real ceilings. A colonel says no comment and smiles as if the sentence ended earlier. Fringe researchers insist the hush protects not limestone, but narrative. If the vault tells a different chronology, kings and classrooms lose part of their spell. If it contains a true record of records, gatekeepers of all kinds wake to a new weather. Others argue the opposite, that secrecy is merciful, for if the machine exists and its questions cut too close, 1,000 careless hands could break what they do not understand. In the shadow of such claims, details accrue like rhyme. A forestry map shows a blank rectangle where contour lines should flow. Satellite imagery fogs in a neat oval on clear days. A climber logs a patch of radiostatic shaped like a dome. A contractor recalls hauling crates marked with codes he later found belonged to cryo gear, not concrete. Some suggest the dome is only geology, quartz compression making a natural Faraday hood. Others maintain the field's alleged behavior resembles etiquette, sometimes yielding, sometimes not, as if it sniffed the story in a visitor's chest. Fringe researchers insist the panels respond to posture and resonance, that certain tones, sung in the right key, wake passageways. Skeptics call it ritual bolted onto rumor. Scholars still debate every noun, shield or artifact, hall or hoax, archive or allegory. Yet the enigma endures, stubborn as frost on the lee side of a stone. If Buchegi holds nothing but rumor, why do certain slopes tilt needles as if amused? Why do service roads lead to fences that circle emptiness? And why do maps politely blur, right where tongues grow least polite? If there is a base, whose base is it? Who wrote the user manual? And what oath binds the door? And if a chamber truly waits beneath these cliffs, a place that projects our beginnings in light and asks questions no passport can answer, what version of us will those walls show? Who will be allowed to stand inside that sentence? And how might a truth, older than our flags, change what we dare to remember tomorrow? Dawn slips like smoke across Kentucky's sinkhole plain, dew silvering, pasture grass, while turkey buzzards circle the tree line. The camera drops through a limestone mouth into breath, that smells of leaf mold and river iron, and boots find a path worn smooth by 1,000 careful ankles. Passages plat, descend, and fork. Ceiling scallops rippled by vanished floods gleam in the headlamp's oval. Somewhere ahead a subterranean river keeps its black counsel with a whisper like a cardigan zipper. Then the corridor opens into a room large enough to host a weather system, and the paradox stands waiting with a small, patient smile. Here lies the longest cave on earth, mapped in threads that keep multiplying, and yet the deeper you walk, the older the rumors feel. Giant skeletons carried out in wagons before the officials arrived. A mummy cave, quietly bricked and later disavowed. Carved stones pulled from chambers that textbooks forgot to mention, and ghost galleries that change direction when the lantern is turned. Some suggest such tales are the archaeology of appetite, frontier boast, and carnival bark spliced to geography. Others claim too many old county papers speak too plainly to dismiss, that church ledgers and farm journals, dry as bone, mention bones far too large for habit. Fringe theorists propose a buried culture threaded along the Green River karst, river kings who knew the underground like a town, who built in mud and wood and left their graves in rooms that later miners and saltpeter men stumbled through and then sealed. Park historians, careful and stern, reply with inventories, cane torches, woven sandals, gourd bowls, dried squash seeds, braided grass mats. The sober remains of prehistoric cavers whose skill needed no giants. Geologists answer that passages are patient opportunists, not intentional avenues. Veterans of the cave shrug. Mammoth eats compasses for breakfast and gives them back at dinner. What you think is north turns sideways in 2 bends. Scholars remain divided in a way more human than mathematical. Some maintain that giant meant tall for the teller's era. Others argue that odd burials, frozen by dry wind, grew into myths the size of rivers. Fringe researchers insist measurements were once taken, boxes once carted out, and the catalogues lost on purpose. Cavers roll their eyes and say people love a missing list more than a found fact. Conflicting narratives braid like streams under stone. Guides speak of zones where the air goes cold without cause. Locals tell of a singing heard on still nights near a closed entrance, a chord without a source. A retired ranger remembers carrying boards to seal a shaft after a teenager vanished and being told to forget which path he took. Others claim every closed gate is just a rescue waiting to be avoided. Yet oddities persist. Rivers disappear into walls that sound hollow. Breeze threads out of seams no bigger than a hand. A room nicknamed Cathedral Balances echoes until a whisper returns as a smeared choir. Some believe that's acoustics. Others maintain those returns behave like responses. Fringe researchers propose pressure. Organs, passages tuned to breathe, built or shaped so that air moves rituals along like water. Anthropologists counter that ceremony follows environment, not the other way around. Historians dispute whether 19th century reports of colossal femurs were newspaper stunts, elephant bones repurposed, or evidence politely misplaced. A farmer's diary notes teams hired to move the tall man from the river room, then stops for a thunderstorm and never returns to the subject. In Floyd Collins' story, The Entrapment That Birthed Broadcasting, some hear only tragedy. Others hear the cave reminding the county that stone sets the timetable. Modern explorers rope, hung, carbide dimmed, Meet rooms that feel watched and laugh on the trail, then fall quiet underground. And yet the enigma refuses to leave with the tourists. If Mammoth Cave is only passages and patience, why do some doors breathe in winter and exhale in summer like lungs? Why do rivers vanish into walls that answer a knock too quickly? And why do inventories mention artifacts that appear once and never again? If legends of giants are only metaphors, whose bones walked out in crates, whose names were never written, and whose silence bought the bricks that hide the old mouth. And if beneath the park brochures there is indeed a palimpsest of cities, mud and reed, rooms erased by forgetfulness, chambers where the air keeps a tune, galleries that remember footsteps, what lessons wait in that dark grammar? Who is permitted to read them? And what changes above ground the moment we finally accept that America's longest cave may also be its oldest history book, written in moving air and water, that never learned our alphabet? Dawn thins above Cusco, like gold breath on cold stone. Mist loosens itself from the terraces, and the cyclopean walls of Sacsayhuaman drink first light, their joints so tight a blade would hesitate. Below the ramparts, a hidden mouth exhales, air colder than the morning, and the lens drifts into a passage polished by centuries of unseen shoulders, past niches too smooth for weather, past steps whose rises match a metronome, into a hush that tastes of mineral and old incense. Far ahead a corridor kinks left, and then right, as if refusing straight lines on principle, and the ceiling lowers until the skull learns humility. A thin draft carries the smell of rain where no sky exists, and somewhere behind the wall a stone answers the breath, with a faint, almost polite ring. The paradox gathers with the cool, beneath one of the world's most public fortresses, whose stones swagger in daylight, lie routes the city pretends to forget. Sealed lintels, bricked wells, stairways that descend and do not return, and chronicles speak in measured voices of dead cities under Cusco, rooms lined in golden plates, libraries of hammered leaves that kept the empire's memory safe from fire and king, and tunnels that led messengers from temple to temple without a shadow ever seeing their feet. Some believe these are only priestly metaphors for law and ritual, a way to name power without drawing a map. Others claim the precision of the old accounts, counts of steps, a painted puma at a turn, the note that air warms suddenly after the third landing, suggests witness rather than wish. Fringe researchers propose a literal underworld, a planned network beneath Sacsayhuaman and Coricancha, and the palaces, engineered to hold seed, metal, and story in drought and war, a city of maintenance where the surface did splendor, and a sovereign archive sealed when conquest arrived. Local legends say a boy chased a stray llama into a crack and followed it by lamplight, finding halls where walls shone like sunrise, and a river moved in chains. And he returned years later by another, stair with kernels that never rotted. Elders shrug and say such things happen when you do not ask permission to pass. Scholars remain divided, parsing fragments like auguries. Archaeologists point to documented substructures, channels, drains, storehouse foundations, and argue that the grander tales are colonial embroidery stitched on indigenous stone. Engineers counter that the airflow in certain sealed doors behaves like a complex device, not a simple culvert. Historians dispute the fates of men whose names evaporate at thresholds. A magistrate who claimed he stepped into a chamber where the light felt thick. A priest who came back without his assistant and would not retrieve his papers. A mason whose chisel rang on a panel that sounded hollow, and then was forbidden to work that face again. Some suggest the Inca hid treasure and ritual tablets before the siege, and what was not stolen was sealed with rock and oath. Others maintain the real treasure was not metal, but memory, astronomy, agronomy, law, pressed into plates because paper burns and the libraries were sealed not from fear of thieves, but from fear of misuse. Fringe researchers insist the grid extended beyond Cusco into the hills, a mesh of messenger tunnels tuned to voice and drum, with angled stones that coaxed sound around corners so orders could travel without feet. Skeptics answer that sound loves tricks, and limewash loves rumor. Conflicting testimonies stack like masonry. An explorer of the 19th century wrote of walking until his candle went blue, then hearing water on both sides when no channel was marked. A guard in the 1960s said he watched two men descend at dusk with rope and a mirror, and waited until dawn, and neither returned by that door. A woman who sold bread near the fortress swore she heard a chorus below her street on Corpus Christi, and thought the saints had gone walking underneath. Officials maintain closures are for safety, that sinkholes collapse without warning, and that thieves love a story more than a gate. City engineers mark some cracks as drainage and others as myth. A quiet department in Lima stamps permits and declines them in the same hour. Meanwhile, the stone goes on thinking its thoughts. Vents widen and narrow like measured breath. Steps vary by a finger's thickness as if pacing prayers, and niches repeat at intervals that fit the reach of a hand carrying a lamp. Some suggest this is the reflex of good builders repeating what works. Others maintain it. Composes a long instrument, a corridor that carries voice like thread from altar to archive, so a law or a hymn could be recited once and recorded by echo in metal. Fringe researchers propose that beneath certain plazas the floor floats on a hidden void, and festivals keep time not only with drums but with the breathing of the ground. Surveyors roll their eyes and point to fill slabs and wishful ears. Map in an old parish ledger shows a stair that no street respects. A modern ground scan hints at a rectangle that was not there last decade. A tourist photograph captures smoke lifting toward a sealed lintel whose mortar looks newer than the rest by a generation. Some whisper that early explorers entered and never returned because they chose not to, appointed to keep watch where the city cannot. Others whispered darker, saying a chamber opened, a choice was offered, and a price was paid. Geologists answer that karst and quarry intertwine beneath hill towns, and that the romance of straight tunnels dies quickly in fractured rock. Cavers say the air tells truth, even when the map lies. Yet the enigma endures because the mountain behaves like an accomplice. Cold drafts sketch roads where charts are shy. Bats roost only to the left of a sealed door. Rain entering one crack sings at another that no survey connects. A Quechua song names a puma asleep under the stairs, and a river in chains. And some take it as poetry, while others take it as directions with manners. Scholars still debate each new closure and each new rumor as if the city were testing their patience and their memory in the same breath. Still, the questions linger like breath in winter. If the dead cities are fable, why do certain doors inhale in cold months and fall silent in warm? Why do steps descend to brick whose color refuses its claimed age? And why do names vanish from records the week a threshold is reported shut? If there is an archive, who sealed it and under what covenant? Which voices are permitted to open it, and what would happen to the living city if its older twin spoke aloud? And if beneath Sacsayhuaman and the cathedral and the market, a patient, geometry keeps its own calendar, what story is it waiting to tell? Who will be brave or careful enough to listen? And what will change above ground when the mountain finally decides to answer in its own voice? What covenant binds stone to silence when memory itself begs daylight at last? Midday light falls like liquid silver through the jungle canopy of the Yucatan. Cicadas drill the heat, and a sudden blue eye opens in the limestone. A sea note, round as a coin and deep as a sky turned inside out, its rim feathered with ferns and roots that hang like cords from the trees above. The camera leans over the lip and the world inverts. Swallows stitch the cool air. On the water, a perfect circle of day floats inside a well of night. A rope. Ladder taps the wall, and boot soles kiss wet stone. Divers slip beneath the surface, and lantern beams become columns dissolving downward, past submerged stalactites like glass daggers, past carved steps now drowned, into galleries where the ceiling breathes in ripples and the floor is a velvet of silt hiding obsidian flakes and bones. The paradox stares back from the blue. The Maya drew maps of an underworld they called Zabalba and built cities that drank from holes in the ground. And our archaeologists call the myths symbolic. But everywhere the forest thins, the earth opens to labyrinths of rivers and cathedrals that run for leagues, and shrines ring these mouths as if the gates were literal addresses. Some suggest the stories cloak meteor scars and collapsed caverns with theology, a people spiritualizing geology to govern water. Others argue the rituals prove the opposite, that they navigated an unseen city below with the same assurance they walked plazas above. Fringe theorists propose that cenotes were not merely sacred wells, but entrances to engineered corridors, a hydrological machine tuned by priests who were also engineers, with stone lips carved to sing when drought approached, and hidden doors that let initiates drift into black halls where the air is old and the silence busy. Fishermen whisper of passages that carry you sideways for hours, of currents that know where they are going, of lights seen far inside when no diver was there. Grandmothers tell children not to call out names at noon near certain pools, because the water will answer with a voice that sounds like yours. Scholars remain divided and careful. Hydrologists speak of a karst aquifer that links caves into elaborate lace, rivers meeting and parting beneath the rock like handwriting, and they point to dye traces that sprint for miles underground. Epigraphers note that offerings dropped into cenotes match prayers written on walls, that jade, shells, incense, and sometimes human bones recorded transactions with powers addressed as neighbors, not metaphors. Others claim the deeper tales of roads beneath water, of halls so dry you could strike a flame, are nostalgia for lost caves now flooded by rising seas. Historians dispute whether colonial accounts of stone tunnels to the sea were mistranslations, exaggerations, or field notes tidied by censors. Meanwhile, divers write diaries that read like detective novels. A gallery with painted hands 60 feet down, a staircase gnawed by calcium and time. A human femur lodged in a flowstone lip like a bookmark, where the cave was still writing itself. A guide returns from Oxbel-Ha, with news of a junction that seems to inhale in winter and exhale in summer. A biologist watches blind fish move, as if an invisible map tugged them. A local priest says he has watched the surface of a cenote tremble as a procession passed above. as if the door were listening to the bell. Some maintain this is poetry applied to physics. Others maintain physics was the poetry the priests wrote in before alphabets. Conflicting motives secure the lids. Officials close mouths for safety and for heritage. Treasure hunters curse padlocks and threaten to dive anyway. Communities argue that bones deserve rest where they lay. Fringe researchers insist that beyond. The tourist lights lie corridors squared and smoothed, their angles too polite for accident, where low chanting carries farther than breath should allow. Skeptics answer that erosion loves a right angle if you look long enough, and that a choir is a trick the ear plays in domes. Some claim cenotes link temples in a lattice of ritual logistics. Offerings dropped here, open doors there. Festivals above are scheduled by currents below. Others argue the schedule was agricultural, and the doors are simply geology behaving like destiny. Yet the enigma deepens with every dive. In Sak Aktun, a diver's bubbles strike a ceiling and tremble there for a long minute, as if trapped in glass. In Dos Ojos, a passage narrows to a throat that breathes, its pressure pulling and releasing as gently as sleep. In a remote sink, a ledge bears soot, at a height no lamp carried by a swimmer should reach. Some suggest ancient droughts lowered water lines long enough to host fire. Others suggest dry galleries exist still, sealed by silt curtains and cleverly hidden chimneys. A farmer pulling rope at a well feels a current stronger at midnight and swears a door opened far away. A drone's thermal camera catches a cold ribbon under jungle at noon. A satellite photo reveals a neat chain of green circles that trace a straight line between ruins that never see each other's roofs. Scholars remain divided again, because data is exact while meaning is wild. Hydrologists model flows. Anthropologists read dances. Elders shake heads at both and tell another story about a child who called and was answered. The debate is not idle. It is a policy. Tourism needs spectacle, science needs caution, and tradition needs respect. And these needs grind like stones underfoot, where the ground gives way to blue. Some believe the underworld was a school, rooms for fasting and remembering, places where the calendar was walked in darkness until the feet knew the year without a word. Others claim it was a hospital for drought and grief, waters that borrowed your sorrow and returned you light enough to resume the field. Fringe researchers insist that a few cenotes are doors in the strictest sense, their lips tuned to pressure and chant, their thresholds responding to rhythm more than rope, capable of being opened when a priest with the right memory and a sky with the right stars asked correctly. Skeptics answer that every door is a crack with manners, and every miracle is a statistic waiting for a larger sample. And still, the place insists on itself. A cenote at dusk darkens from azure to obsidian, while the first bats ring the air. A white rope of root descends and touches the pool like a finger. Somewhere unseen, water talks to water, and a traveler feels watched but not in danger, as if the whole knew his name and would keep it safe until morning. Yet the enigma endures because the earth keeps behaving like a storyteller. If the myths are merely allegory, why do ladders carved into limestone plunge below waterlines as if expectation outlived climate? Why do smoke stains sit where flames should not have been? And why do offerings cluster at points that also behave like junctions in a hydraulic map? If the tales are true in their bones, who kept the keys when the empires fell? Where were the instructions stored, and which rituals were meant to remain unfinished until the river remembered a particular curve. And if beneath the jungle, an organized underworld still keeps its calendar, chambers that sing, thresholds that answer, rivers that choose, what would happen if the gates agreed to open for anyone at all? Who would be brave enough to cross in daylight, and what would come back with us in the dark? Mist hangs above Ecuador's eastern foothills as dawn rinses the jungle in damp light, bromeliads catching silver beads while a river mutters over basalt. A slit under dangling roots yawns, and when lamps swing inside the hill, the walls shine with a dark, vitreous gloss. The passage runs too straight for comfort, then shoulders into a bend polished to a satin curve, its skin ribbed with fine, parallel striations like the inside of a giant shell. Touch the surface and the stone feels oddly slick, as if the hill had been burnished by a hand that never tired. The light finds junctions that meet at clean, repeating angles. Floor channels keep a constant width, spilling into sumps where drops ring as regularly as a clock. Bats sleep in tidy lines above an alcove whose fillet fits the palm perfectly, and the paradox stands naked in that shine. These galleries should be jagged and cranky, the language of water and collapse, yet they read like manufacture. Cylinders, bored with a mechanical head, ribs like tool chatter fossilized into andesite, corners that refuse to wander, and arcs that hold a radius a surveyor could love. No chronicle remembers crews here, no register signs for wages, and yet the hill behaves as if it once listened to instructions. Some suggest the finish comes from saturated flows, sanding rock to a patient glaze. Others claim water does not keep, pitch through corners, nor draft perfect shoulders without leaving scallops of its own. Fringe researchers propose deliberate drilling far older than the roads above, a technology able to tame heat and pressure in the dark. Local miners whisper of veins that end at walls, too smooth for picks. Scholars remain divided. Geologists point to phreatic tubes that can mimic design, while engineers raise brows at gradients that refuse to meander and junctions that repeat. A farmer remembers a survey crew whose compasses sulked below a ridge. A diver swears a submerged spur keeps straight for 100 meters and then turns on a quarter circle as clean as a coin. A priest says his uncle met old people who refused to enter because the air felt watched, and they had been taught not to look at the work of certain ancestors. Others argue ancestors are an embroidered word for strangers whose names were forgotten on purpose. Evidence breeds theories the way humidity breeds lichen. Some believe these were workshops for metallurgy, the Polish a byproduct of furnaces tamed by hoods and flues now erased. Others maintain they were conduits in a bigger organism, moving water, grain, air, or rumor, so the forest could be crossed without touching light. Fringe researchers insist the grid spans provinces, linking sites from the eastern jungle to stone towns in the highlands. They point to legends of hollow drums answered by drums underground, and to a missionary map where pencil corridors prefigure sinkholes a forestry survey later recorded. Historians dispute the map as wishful lines drawn by a bored hand between hard facts. Archaeologists, cautious and exact, log soot where it exists and note how little there is. A chemist weighs residues and finds faint signatures of resins that would burn clean. Others claim the ceilings are unsmoked because the glow came from the walls. A mineral light too soft for ash but strong enough for work. A hydrologist walks the grade and mutters that a captured stream can keep one slope for an age. A machinist runs fingers across a rib and says, the chatter feels rehearsed. Conflict tightens like a knot. A ministry denies permits because the floor sits above an aquifer. A contractor videos an opening, returns with officials, and the opening has collapsed as if the hill had second thoughts. Some maintain this is normal karst petulance. Others whisper the ground keeps secrets on demand. Fringe researchers insist sealed mouths exhale in winter and inhale in summer like lungs, hinting at rooms beyond. Skeptics answer that all caves breathe when weather swings. A villager shows a cave-like bead of slag. The river spat after a landslide. A metallurgist shrugs and calls it volcanic glass. A child holds it to her ear and says it hums. Theories ram into motives. Who benefits if the narrative stays ordinary? Surveyors who prefer straight projects, locals who prefer tourists to guards, priests who prefer parable to curiosity. Who benefits if extraordinary wins? Authors, guides, treasure hunters, and the restless. And still, the shine refuses to explain itself. Evening lowers over the canopy, and the river lowers its voice. But inside the hill the air keeps its arithmetic, running along grooves like rain along a roof, while droplets pluck the sumps with the patience of metronomes. The lamp touches a seam that slides like graphite. The beam snags on a fleck that throws a white blink. The ear hears a not-quite echo that feels like feedback from a system that is not entirely gone. Some whisper the tunnels were once lined with plates that warmed or cooled the breath. Others claim they were never human at all, but the rails and conduits of beings who disliked the sun. Fringe researchers insist an inscription once sat on a spoil mound and was sold for scrap. A plaque that named the project and warned the city above to keep quiet. Scholars remain divided, but the jungle does not care. It sows orchids in bolt holes, whether bolts existed or not. Still the questions linger, paced by wind and dripping stone. If water wrote these rooms, why do the bends hold a machinist's promise and the junctions obey like blueprints? If hands and engines carved them, whose workshops fed heat and power in a forest that remembers no forges? And if the grid is only a rumor with good manners, why do compasses sulk? Why do sealed mouths breathe so audibly? And why do ribs, old, deliberate, unaccidental striations left by effort, under the fingertips feel like the last whispers of a tool that finished its job and left its music behind? Afternoon light pours like honey over Mount Parnassus, while cypresses hold their green flames against a sky. Cicadas rattle the heat as stone terraces step toward the ruined temple, columns the color of warm bread catching every breath of wind, and below the orchestra a hollow opens where air slides out, scented with resin and something faintly sweet. The camera follows a narrow stair into gloom. Droplets tick from the roof, and the lamp reveals a chamber whose walls seem varnished by centuries of breath, a floor scored by channels and a cleft in the bedrock, from which rises a vapor you can almost taste. Ripe, floral, dizzying. Here is the paradox that made empires kneel. At Delphi, prophecy lived not in sky fire, but in earth breath. A priestess seated over a fissure, speaking in a voice that was not entirely her own, while the room itself behaved like an instrument tuned for trance. The place should be random rubble, and yet its details suggest intention. Vents positioned where currents would lift toward a tripod, resonant plaster and tight geometry that cradle sound, drains that could carry liquid offerings, away without drowning the seer. Some claim geology alone orchestrated the miracle. Faults braided under the sanctuary mixing light hydrocarbons with carbon dioxide, a seismically lively mountain turning rock into an incense, groundwater leaching ethylene to a dose that disinhibits without killing. Others maintain the architecture cooperated on purpose, as if engineers born to temple craft mapped Parnassus's veins and then built a theater to amplify its whisper. Fringe researchers suggest a deeper cunning, that the Adyton was a calibrated machine, its floor pierced to draft vapor on cue, its walls angled to feed voice toward pilgrims like a river, its ceiling tuned so syllables would return clothed in authority. Scholars remain divided. Classicists sift texts that call the prophetess laurel-crowned, honey-tongued, delirious on pneuma. Geologists map intersecting faults and show how two fracture systems cross under the temple like a brace. Chemists note that ethylene intoxicates, in parts per million, and lends floating euphoria to a mind prepared by ritual. Physicians point out that long exposure can make speech slur and memory blur. Archaeologists measure channels and insist the Adyton's plan implies drainage and display, not plumbing for gas. Others counter that an absence of pipes is not an absence of flow in porous limestone, and that ritual cleanup does not preclude intent. Some suggest the Pythia's authority grew from selection and training, that women conditioned by diet, song, and expectation needed no toxin to fly. Others argue trance without chemistry was theater without stagecraft, unlikely to endure centuries without a reliable trigger. Fringe researchers insist the door timbers once held bronze fixtures for a device. Bellows, veil, valve, now vanished into souvenir cabinets. Skeptics roll their eyes and ask why such hardware left no bolt scars. The debate turns on evidence that breathes and disappears. Early travelers wrote of a stifling sweetness in spring. Victorian skeptics declared the fissure a Renaissance fantasy. 20th century teams drilled nearby and found bituminous layers. A modern study recovered aromatic residues in fissure calcite and called the result suggestive, not decisive. Economists point out the oracle's income depended on being worth the trip, and therefore on reliability the mountain alone might not supply. Some maintain that the god's voice was a chorus, rocks, water, woman, and architecture singing together. Others maintain the god was a metaphor for a national laboratory of policy, divination as brand management. Walk the space, and it refuses to be merely picturesque. The Adyton sits low and tight. A tripod seat would straddle the cleft. The floor slopes, so a poured libation runs toward a drain, and a puff of steam rises in reply. A whisper at the western wall travels to the threshold without growing thin. A low vowel returns as a reassuring hum, as though the room wants consent. Historians dispute how ambiguous the verses truly were, and how many prophecies were reshaped after events to preserve infallibility. Engineers tap the plaster and hear different densities. Acousticians hum and find a note that hugs the rib of the chamber and comes back dressed in confidence. Motives muddy the water. If the oracle depended on geology, her keepers had incentive to guard fissures and discourage refurbishment by outsiders. If she depended on design, masons were the high priests in secret hats, and a blueprint lay folded in a chest that never saw daylight. Some believe Roman rebuilding broke the subtle machine. Others claim late priests lost recipes or the mountain cooled, closing valves no hand can reopen. A skeptic says every ritual is a placebo with better costumes. A pilgrim says the answer was true, because it changed lives even if the syllables were fog. Fringe researchers insist a certain stone still sweats when the barometer falls, and that a candle placed by the seam leans the way wind would lean it when there is no wind. By evening the mountain exhales cool, and the valley drinks shadow. But down here the room keeps its composure. No flame flickers, yet the air shifts. To speak is to hear one's voice return a shade more certain, and the threshold feels like an agreement. Perhaps geology alone authored Delphi, and priests learned to read the script. Perhaps engineers scribed the margins so the text would never smudge. Perhaps both are true, and the miracle was collaboration. Yet the riddle refuses to rest, because the architecture continues to act like a partner rather than a backdrop. If prophecy rose solely from faulted rock, who taught builders to place drains, angles, and plaster so that breath would wear authority like a robe? If the chamber was engineered first, what manual did those masons follow? What trials did they run? And where are the prototypes? And if goddess geology and geometry conspired here for centuries, what else besides answers was transferred in that breath? Whose hand edited the questions? Whose interests sailed on the fumes? And what would the room say now if we let it speak without priest, without petition, without coin, only stone and air, and a single waiting voice? Twilight drizzles across the Siberian taiga, like ash-blue milk as larch and pine draw black ribs against a sky that never quite darkens in summer. Mosquitoes cloud the air. The river moves with the bored patience of an old snake, and a hunter's canoe noses into a backwater where the bank has collapsed to reveal a mouth as neat as a cut pipe. Ferns glitter with dew in its cool breath. Inside, the passage runs straight, and then straight again, the floor firm as if tamped. Here and there the wall bears a skin like oxidized bronze, a dull glow that keeps its color even when the lamp moves. The paradox walks with the mosquitoes. In a land of ice-melt sinkholes and frost fractures, where caves shatter into permafrost and rivers move their minds each spring, the tales sketch an infrastructure, endless, manufactured, geometric, reported, with dull specifics, by people whose lives do not reward embroidery. Stories travel along winter roads with sledges and kerosene, and each village contributes its measured piece. A boy who tapped the rim and felt a tremor in his teeth, a woman who saw frost melt in a circle, a dog that refused a path until noon. Elders describe patterns with the calm of weather talk, entrances that face northeast as if shunning prevailing storms, thresholds set just above flood lines, and corridors whose floors arch slightly toward the center. A shape that keeps wagon, ruts shallow and drains meltwater before it can stall in spring. Some suggest the doors are only iron-rich sandstones sweating in the thaw, the glow the trick of lichens that love metal taste. Others maintain lichens do not ring when struck, nor hold a color under mud, and no sandstone throws sparks from a knife. Fringe theorists propose a network older than the forest, tubes lined with alloy nobody has permission to invent yet, corridors that once carried something purposefully under a world that was not yet this cold. Historians dispute the people who brought the first reports to cities. Some were drunk, some reappeared with new boots, some tried to sell maps they had not drawn. Scholars remain divided about the Soviet expeditions. A folder in a regional archive refers to a 1950s geological party diverted by anomalous cavities, and then diverted again into silence. Veterans tell of tractors and drills hauled upriver and left to rust, while supervisors drank in a tent, and 2 men vanished into a fog that came from the ground. Others claim the only secret was embarrassment. The drills found nothing but rock, and the paperwork hid a waste of fuel. Theories multiply like gnats. Some believe the tunnels are volcanic conduits, glassed by ancient heat. The doors merely caprock faces that pretend to be hardware. Others claim the caps bear seams, so clean, they behave like machine lines, and they sit aligned on grids far too tidy for lava. Fringe researchers insist on a functional map. Corridors track old meteor tracks, or align with magnetic anomalies, or mirror the roots of rivers under the steppe. A few point to a chain of bogs that stays unfrozen in deep winter and sketch an artery beneath. There are stories of lights walking under the muskeg, of a drumming that makes dogs hide under boats, of trees that die in rings around something that refuses moss. Conflicting voices rise with the midges. Geologists write that permafrost makes liars of us all. Ice lenses swell and burst. Ground collapses like a soufflé. Methane whispers from peat, and fingers the lungs. Engineers mumble that tolerances are tolerances, and a straight run is a straight run, whether in steel or stone. Archivists roll their shoulders and warn that Soviet classifications veiled banalities as often as wonders. Conspiracy hunters nod and say banalities don't steal compasses. Fringe researchers insist an expedition in the 1970s found an oval hall, warm like a summer kitchen, its ceiling reflecting headlamps as if it were poured, and that 2 weeks later a flood scrubbed the camp away. Skeptics answer that camps in floodplains do that every spring. The land itself joins the argument. In places, a tundra lake drains overnight into nothing and reappears in toffee-brown brooks 10 kilometers away, as if a sluice opened and closed. In others, a hill steams after hard frost like a sleeping animal. A humming comes from no direction, in particular, and then stops. Some suggest this is nothing but thaw and freeze, the size of a giant freezer losing patience. Others maintain the rhythms are too regular and repeat year over year, as if someone is turning valves beneath the larches. A trapper marks a map with Xmas and discovers they fall along 2 straight lines that cross near a military polygon. He laughs, then folds the map small. By autumn, the stories sharpen. A man shows a scar, he says, came from touching a glowing seam. A woman tells of a hole that drank her cousin's voice for an hour. A scientist finds his hard drive blank after counting pulse returns, and his boss says backup is not optional. Some believe this is selection. The best tales survive, and the dull die. Others maintain the dull details are exactly what give these reports weight. A metal door that does not rust is not poetic. It is upsetting. Fringe researchers propose the corridors once moved heat, waste, or thought. A circulatory system for a civilization that did not care about sunrises. Skeptics reply, the tundra erases evidence with admirable efficiency. Night leans late and pale. The river plays without enthusiasm against its stones. A brown bear ghosts the far bank. The mouth in the birch shade breathes again, a cool exhale tasting faintly of penny and rain. If these are merely geologic toys, why do straight runs persist? Seams ring and lakes drain on schedule into invisible sumps. If they are human, whose alloys do not rust, whose surveyors ignored oceans, and whose planners accepted winters that break steel. And if beneath the taiga a manufactured labyrinth still turns its unseen wheels, What work is it doing today? Who profits from our not knowing? And what would the doors do if someone finally knocked the correct way? Open, warn, or answer back in a language we have not yet remembered to speak. Morning lifts over downtown Los Angeles with a pewter glow as fog threads between towers, and the old library's stone soaks up the first warmth. Traffic murmurs along Broadway, while 9 stories below imagination, a city from a 1933 headline stirs like a rumor with a mailing address. In the archives, a microfilmed page hisses into focus. Engineer G. Warren Shufelt crouched over a radio-like detector, divining a honeycomb of tunnels he said ran under Fort Moore Hill, ending in chambers filled with gold and records left by a race he called the Lizard People. The city granted permits, crews bored a shaft, the newspapers drew diagrams, and then the holes were capped, and the story folded itself away. The paradox sits there smiling, a metropolis that laughs at crystal rods, nevertheless drilled for an underground city, and officials, so practical they measure rain by quarter-inch, signed papers because a man with a home-built instrument said, a civilization older than the Pueblos tunneled under the future freeway. If it was nothing but comic book fever, why did the city lean in with hard hats and funds? If it was everything the headline bragged, why did everyone forget so tidily? Some suggest the permit was theater, public relations for a city learning how to sell itself during the Depression, a stunt to distract with treasure when jobs were thin. Others argue the paper trail shows genuine intent. Plots marked, depths calculated, shoring timber ordered, exactly the minutiae that make bureaucracies real. Fringe theorists propose the detector was not a toy, but a tuned coil reading cavities, that Shufelt had luck, if not lineage, and that he stumbled onto a network later folded into utilities and sealed with the anonymity of maintenance. Historians dispute the origins of the legend that Shufelt borrowed from Hopi lore. Scholars remain divided on whether the 1933 article was sober reporting or yellow to the core. Archivists nod toward the city minutes as proof the joke at least wore boots. Fort Moore's slope was eaten by roads and rebuilt with concrete ribs. Cut-and-cover tunnels carry trains. Storm drains thread the blocks with their own careful script. Some maintain that any straight run a detector might have read was a sewer or trolley line. Others counter that the proposed alignments ignored known lines and stooped under them at odd angles. A modern geophysicist will tell you Los Angeles is noise, a tangle of rebars, pipes, relict utilities, and dreamers. Fringe researchers insist that after the borehole filled and the reporter moved on, a different crew came at night to pull casing and pour a cap. A clerk in a basement office says nothing so dramatic occurred, and anyway the files for that year were lost in a move. Motives flicker like neon. Treasure hunters want coin. Developers want dirt that doesn't talk back. Curators want provenance. Communities want their names misused less often. Some believe officials drilled because they craved spectacle. Others maintain they drilled because engineers hate unsolved diagrams. The story wanders into older currents, flood myths that teach a city's memory to keep copies underground, indigenous maps of the Los Angeles River as a person with bones, for conduits, oil companies tunneling quietly for maintenance, subways bored decades apart, Cold War civil defense, shelters drawn in pencil under schools. None of this proves a lizard kingdom. All of it proves the ground here is multi-story. City engineers mutter that subsurface maps are negotiations more than truths, that every drawing is a compromise between yesterday's excavation and tomorrow's permit, and that forgotten structures often reappear only when a drill bit complains. Archivists add that municipal memory is selective, that floods, fires, and moves eat boxes, and that an absence in paper rarely means an absence in ground where utilities breed like vines wild. A survey map from 1934 shows dotted lines beneath the hill that are labeled only with letters. A later map overprints them with storm drains that do not quite coincide. Some claim a water main burst killed the dig. Others claim the shaft collapsed, and the newspaper saved face. Still others mutter that the hole did reach a chamber, and a decision was made to call it mud. Fringe researchers point to a small flurry of utility repairs permits along the purported line in the 2 years. After the story died, skeptics pull their shoulders up and call this coincidence the friend of every wish. Why lizard people? Why gold? Some suggest reptiles signal deep time and cold blood, beings at ease in stone, patient and clever. Others claim the image comes from misread regalia on indigenous figures and a cartoonist's pen. A city shaped by oil rigs and film sets makes sense of hidden machinery by drawing a people to fit it. Historians note that Los Angeles has always loved surface glamour and backstage systems. The idea of a backstage civilization rhymes too neatly, to die. Engineers counter that nobody hides a metropolis in alluvium. The river will tattle. By afternoon the fog burns off, palms glitter, and the hill looks like a civics lesson with a pretty view. But under the concrete, phone vaults breathe, train tunnels sing, and the past keeps tapping with a patient finger on basement ceilings. If the 1933 dig was only a stunt, why did permits list depths and headings, as if aiming at specific rooms? And why did the city's own crew agree to sink casing through a hill that already carried utilities? If it touched nothing but wet soil, why do later maps carry faint ghosts that echo those headings? And if, out of all this stacked infrastructure, one corridor were not ours, a remnant alignment predating grid and grade, what would it connect now? Who would maintain it? And how would a city trained to pave its mysteries react if a door in the wrong basement swung inward, and the air that came out smelled of old stone, warm metal, and a library that no one living remembers how to read? Beneath the silvered desert of Chihuahua, an elevator rattles through black rock and opens into a white-hot mirage, a cavern where selenite crescents shoulder the air like frozen lightning. Tusks of moon glass the size of whales crossing in slow. Collisions, every surface filmed with glittering sweat, as if the mountain itself were exhaling light. Boots sink into heat you can taste, breath fogs the visor from the inside, and headlamps skim ribs of gypsum that glow from within like lanterns trapped in milk. The scale is indecent, the geometry theatrical, and the silence vibrates as if the crystals remember thunder. Then the paradox lands with the heat. Nature can grow crystals, yes, but cathedrals, perfect spear beams aligned like trusses, pillars thicker than oaks rising in parallel as if following a blueprint, galleries where the spans hold true across impossible distances, and no quarry marks, no scaffolds, no scribbled notes in any archive to explain a mineral architecture that behaves like engineering, wearing geology as a mask. Some believe the miracle is purely hydrothermal, saturated brines, patient time, a stable thermal bath that let molecules assemble into spears for millennia. Others argue the forms push beyond accident. Why the rhythm, the eerily consistent angles, the way some corridors read like designed aisles you could march through if the temperature didn't erase you. Fringe researchers propose. Nika is not only a cave, but a machine's footprint, a fossilized engine room where underground heat was harvested or tuned by crystalline ribs, a resonant chamber for pressure and sound, perhaps even a buried archive, where data rode, vibration through ordered lattices. Miners whisper of places where a voice turns to honey, and a compass forgets its manners, and of a smaller sister chamber whose crystals ring when tapped like wine-glass rims. Geologists counter that order is how crystals pray. Lattice obeys lattice, angle obeys angle. Historians remind us that no records often means no reason to write, and that miners cared for ore, not poetry. Yet the debate knots tighter. Others claim the growth rates demanded a thermostat beyond volcano and aquifer, a stability suspiciously precise. Some maintain that airflow maps look like ducts, and the floor's glassy crusts behave like spill pans. Fringe theorists insist the cavern sings at low frequencies too neat for chance, as if the whole room were tuned like an instrument. Scholars remain divided. Measurements accumulate while meanings slip. Conservation teams insist closure protects a miracle. Explorers complain the doors keep more than heat out. A local engineer swears a handheld meter climbed in exact multiples when set on certain crystal ribs and fell back to baseline one step away. And yet the mystery remains because standing there feels less like entering geology than trespassing in a shut-down workshop whose owners stepped out for a minute and never came back. If this is only chemistry and patience, why do spans hold? Like beams and aisles, repeat like a plan. If there was intent, whose hand designed a cathedral in the dark? And what task required ribs of living glass? And if Nietzsche is both, nature's math recruited into some older craft, what messages ride those lattices even now? Who could read a song written in crystal, and what might awaken if the cave were cooled, warmed, or struck in the right key? Dawn brushes the sick with rose and gold, a river of shadow uncoiling between sandstone walls veined like old muscle, and then the canyon yawns to reveal Alcasne, the treasury, its columns and pedimenti carved from living cliff as if a palace had been fossilized mid-breath. Tourists hush as light climbs the facade, but the lens drops toward the ground where the floor is a palimpsest, blocked doorways at ankle height, half-buried thresholds, stairs that descend into sand and stop, like sentences left without verbs. The paradox pivots the moment you notice it. Petra looks complete, a city chiseled outward, and yet the city's grammar points downward, hints that what we admire is the roofline of a story still underground. Some believe this is simple erosion and drift. Wadi floods load silt, earthquake, wounds heal with debris, doorways choke and vanish. Others argue the pattern repeats too neatly across districts, twin lintels stacked, one at eye level, one at the shin, vents that breathe in winter and fall silent in summer, blocked colonnades, whose gaps align with courtyards we cannot reach. Fringe researchers propose Petra's visible theater sites atop a buried complex, a matrix of cisterns, processional crypts, and archive rooms united by a civic engineering rarely credited to the Nabateans, arguing that their mastery of water above ground implies comparable craft below. Local guides whisper of cool drafts at midday where no crack shows, of goats vanishing into shepherd doors that later look like plain rock, of soldiers in another century told to forget a stare they found while chasing smugglers. Archaeologists remain careful. Ground-penetrating surveys hint at voids. Yes, but stone deceives. Nabataean tombs often hold more facade than room. Later peoples reused spaces, muddling timelines. Historians dispute whether Petra's genius was trade caravan choreography alone or architecture as statecraft. Engineers admire pressure head calculations cut into cliff and shrug at talk of labyrinths. Still, others claim the colonnaded street's arcade is a disguise for ducts, that the high places work as vents when wind crosses ridges, that the lower treasury doors, once open, likely met stairwells spun like augers to avoid flood surge. Fringe theorists insist the city had a second life during siege seasons, market above, sanctuary below, ritual routes that turning inward when the Wadi roared red. Conservationists seal holes. Explorers accuse them of embalming mystery. Officials note rockfall and liability. A mason points to plaster lines at shin level on a tomb wall and says the real floor is down there. And yet, the enigma endures, kept alive by the ground's behavior. A certain threshold exudes cool at noon and inhales dust at dusk like a sleeping animal. A drum strike in the Sikh returns as a heartbeat from under the colonnades instead of the cliffs. After rare rains, a ripple bulges the paving in one plaza and relaxes 2 days later, as if a cistern beneath exhaled. If the under Petra is merely rumor, why do paired lintels and seasonal breaths recur? If rooms do lie below, who sealed them and when, and what logic chose which doors to bury and which to praise? And if the city truly wears a second face, turned toward darkness, temples, archives, workshops whispering under rock, what vows, maps, and histories sleep beneath our footsteps? Who will be allowed to open them, and how might the rose-red city change when it remembers the part of itself it taught the sand to keep? A pale morning spills across the Anatolian plateau like milk upon stone. Low hills wear a stubble of grass, cranes turn in the blue, and on a ridge the dig squares catch the sun, rings of T-pillars lifting out of earth like vertebrae, yacht slab carved with foxes, boars, vultures, serpents, and abstract signs that look less discovered than awakened. Wind tugs tarps, trowels whisper, and beyond the open circles lie humps of deliberate burial, as if someone tucked a temple in for a long sleep under blankets of packed soil. The paradox stands in plain daylight. The world's oldest monumental sanctuary rises where agriculture was still an infant, and the builders not only raised rings, they buried them on purpose, then built more above, as though the roots of their design had to be hidden from the future that would inherit the crown. Some suggest the fills were ceremonial resets, seasonal closure writ large, layers of time stacked into architecture like chapters. Others argue the burials protected sacred choreography from erosion or enemies. Fringe researchers propose something stranger, that beneath the known enclosures a warren of narrow corridors, storage tubes, or teaching cells runs like mycelium, the living school under the stone theater, and that the fill sealed doors as much as pillars. Scholars remain divided. Mainstream archaeologists point to backfill full of refuse, flint flakes, bones, fragments, signs of deliberate closure rather than panic. Critics claim the uniformity and mass speak to logistics, not merely right. Engineers admire the pillar sockets and keystone floors and ask how weight traveled when the rings were at their tallest. Geophysicists map anomalies beyond the trenches, shapes that could be more rings, could be walls, could be wish. Others note angled channels that behave like drains when rains come, hinting at a hydrology below the myth cats. Some maintain those channels could be communication lines, sound or scent, shepherded through stone to guide processions you cannot see. Fringe theorists insist the site is a capstone for something deeper, a refuge or archive from a climate tantrum, the rings marking safe doors as much as ritual space. Local stories remember foxes that vanish into ground and reappear on slopes no path connects. Workers speak of cool breaths from filled days without wind. A foreman swears a mallet tap once answered like a low drum from under an untouched mound. Historians dispute every romance. Conservators warn that curiosity cuts context. Funding committees bless caution first. And yet hints keep pooling at the trench edges. Pillar art stacks motifs like instructions, hands, belts, purses, beasts, as if the horizontal theater narrated the vertical plan. A carved vulture carries a sphere and stands above a headless figure, which some read as sky lore, others as initiation, others as a sign that what matters occurs off stage. Some believe concealment was pedagogy, truth taught in layers, with the deepest lesson preserved, not by inscription but by burial. Others claim concealment was mercy, dangerous knowledge cooled by distance. Fringe researchers propose the ground itself was part of the machine. Limestone filtering water for feasts, bedrock conducting tremors into omens, soil sealing nutrition caches against rodents and rival clans. And yet the mystery remains because the architects chose to hide their foundations while inviting us to read their rooftops. If the fills are solely ritual bedding, why do breaths and echoes behave like messages from rooms we've not opened? If tunnels or cells exist below, who was meant to use them and why were they veiled from descendants so meticulously? And if Göbekli Tepe is both temple and lid, a crown atop a buried root system, what curriculum lies underfoot? What history of disaster or deliverance is folded into that soil? And what will the hill say if one day the right doorway is unsealed and the oldest hallway in the world exhales? Evening gathers along Himalayan flanks like blue silk drawn tight. Wind worries the prayer flags into bright tremors. Yak bells answer in slow brass syllables, and a high valley exhales a breath that smells of juniper and snow. A butter lamp flowers in a cave niche. A monk traces syllables in chalk on rock that glitters with mica like a map of small constellations. Beyond, the mountain's ribs fold into shadow upon shadow, as if the earth were practicing invisibility. The paradox hums behind the chant. Texts across centuries, Kalachakra commentaries, pilgrim journals, whispered lineages describe Shambhala, a radiant kingdom concealed beneath or within mountains, with libraries unharmed by time, and rulers devoted to wisdom. Yet every map that dares point a direction insists the path is secret, the door seasonal, the ticket moral. Some suggest Shambhala is an allegory for awakened society, a code for inner coordinates rather than outer roads. Others claim the repetition across cultures, Tibetan, Mongol, Burn, even Western occult, argues for a cartographic route masked by metaphor. Fringe theorists propose a literal polity, an inner earth federation sealed in stone climate, accessed via transit caves that sing when the pressure is low, a place whose agriculture is river and lamp, whose diplomacy is silence. Scholars remain divided and careful. Historians warn that translating myth into GPS risks desecration. Geologists point out that warm caves and subglacial valleys exist and could host communities. Anthropologists note the social function of hidden lands as ethical magnets for cultures under duress. Others argue that secrecy proved practical. Sanctuaries survive by not being found. Lineages survive by traveling cloaked in myth. Local herders speak with gentler grammar, of a ridge that hums before rains, of a man who slept in a snowbank and woke warm, of a light walking under the glacier at new moon. Pilgrims recount guides who change the subject just when maps grow precise. A lama smiles and says some doors open only when the guest forgets he is a guest. Conflicting debates braid like prayer chords. Some maintain Western seekers projected Atlantis upward and inward, repainting local cosmology with their own restless longings. Others claim those longings magnetized a genuine place that uses yearning as camouflage. Fringe researchers insist a chain of pressure doors exists, from Ladakh to Mustang, chalked circles in caves that taste of pepper and rain, opening with chant and timing. Mountaineers scoff and call it hypoxia. Epigraphers parse verses that sound like travel instructions. So many days north, then east of a river that flows backward, then a white plain where the sun stands still, and argue whether the riddles point to sky, mind, or geology. Meanwhile, the mountain behaves like a conspirator. A cave breathes warm when the air outside dies. A note sung at the mouth runs along stone, as if the wall had carried messages for centuries. A candle flame leans where there is no wind and steadies, as if the room preferred listening. Some believe these are physics in robes. Others maintain that physics dressed for the occasion is still physics and still holy. And yet the enigma endures because the myth keeps acting like memory. If Shambhala is metaphor alone, why do independent traditions rhyme in their specifics? And why do certain valleys act like thresholds? If it is a hidden sovereignty, who keeps its oath in a world of satellites? And why do its borders still hold? And if it is both, a moral map etched onto a real topography, what lesson is the landscape teaching? Who among us has already passed a door without knowing? And what will the mountain say when the right traveler arrives at the right hour and asks not, "Where are you?" but, "How may I be changed and still belong to the light outside?" Fog kneels over pine-choked valleys as dawn combs cold light through the Schwarzwald, dew beating on fern tips like molten tin. A stream mutters in a ravine where ironstone freckles the banks, and in a hillside seam the old timbers breathe out, air that smells of rust, peat, and ancient smoke. Lamp beams skitter along pick scars as narrow galleries lean away, ribs black with soot where fires once cracked stone, and somewhere deeper a drip marks time on a helmet crumpled to a child's size. The paradox slips from these shadows and into the tales. Europe remembers dwarves with anvils for hearts and eyes like banked coals, keepers of measure and metal, small and subterranean yet sovereign in craft, too coherent across Norse. Dvergar, Germanic kobolds, Cornish knockers, and the Duergar of Northumbria to be dismissed as one village's bedtime embroidery. Some believe these beings are stylized memories of real underground peoples, pocket communities who chose the dark, grown stocky by labor and selection, masters of bellows, flux, and temper. Others argue the lore masks miners' children and stunted laborers, a tragic anthropology lacquered by myth. Still others maintain the people are personified forces, fire damp, choke, blast, and sudden wind given names, so a man can beg mercy from chemistry. Fringe researchers propose survivals of pre-Indo-European metallurgists, short-statured clans who traded tin and kept furnaces secret in mountain burrows, passing down passwords as curses and blessings. Historians dispute every link, parsing, sagas for loan words and mine ledgers for bones. Scholars remain divided about the Noctap lexicon that sent warnings through rock and became stories of guides tapping from the walls. In pubs, old men whisper of night gleams on slag heaps and of hammers heard after the bell, while geologists chalk it up to frost wedging and settling timbers. And the debate sharpens. Were hoards and cursed rings just ledgers and liens? Were cloaks and caps only soot rags and lamp hoods? Were stone doors merely stalls that no farmer should open without a prayer? Yet the enigma endures because the minds themselves behave like witnesses, airways that breathe on schedule, stopes that sing, pillars carved as if by hands that counted, not guessed. If the dwarves were only metaphors, why do dispersed traditions agree on metallurgy's etiquette and debts owed to unseen partners? If they were human, who taught them alloys that traveled farther than their names? And if something other than us kept counsel under the ridges, what did they guard for so long? What price did they ask from borrowers, and what work still continues down where the timbers creak, and the stone answers like a patient, listening? Forge. Rain steams off the Ecuadorian jungle as thunder rolls in slow, green waves over the Rio Cuangos. Macaws flare like paint against the canopy, and then the forest opens to a black, breath-cold mouth, where a river vanishes into the hill, and the ceiling lowers to swallow voices whole. Ropes hiss, descenders hum, and a procession of lamps stitches downward across calcite flutes, past chimneys that exhale guano musk, and chambers that drink sound until a whisper returns as pressure on the ribs. Here in 1976, among Shuar guides and military handlers, the first man to step on the moon threads karst and darkness alike. The paradox is shameless. Why would Neil Armstrong, whose boots bruised powder silence in Mare Tranquillitatis, choose to rappel into a South American cave system clubbed by myth, politics, and rumor? Some suggest he came as goodwill and curiosity, incarnate, a sober emblem lending prestige to a multinational survey conceived by Stan Hall. Others claim that beneath the diplomacy, a private hunger moved. A whisper of a metal library first touted by Juan Morich, a cache of plates inscribed in a language older than the trails, a record room no textbook could admit. Fringe theorists propose a sharper motive. Subtle electromagnetic anomalies mapped years before, radio dead zones that behaved like engineered rooms, or an off-the-books interest from agencies that taste data wherever silence thickens. Historians dispute Morich's claims and paper trails. Geologists counter that Taos is beauty without miracle, a river's long patience. Sure elders tell different stories. People who listen to stone, doors that open for those who ask correctly, a chamber where the air is sweeter than rain. Others argue every expedition leaves with what it carried in: cameras, rope burn, bragging, rights. Scholars remain divided about the rectilinear galleries. The smooth plains some swear are too disciplined for solutional limestone. The rumors of metal gleam under calcite skins. Armstrong himself said little, walked softly, and went home. Still, the questions linger like bat shadows folding over light. If it was only goodwill, why guard logistics like a state visit, and why recruit the most famous living astronaut for a cave, best known to rumor? If a library exists, who shelved it, and why would its stewards invite, then uninvite, the surface world? And if the expedition touched nothing but water and time, why do certain passages draft like chimneys for machines? Why do compasses misbehave near clean right angles? And what exactly did the moon's quietest witness feel when the caves, dark, pressed back as if asking whether mankind had come to read or merely to look? Twilight slides across Irish drumlins like a hand smoothing velvet. Cattle blur into gray humps, skylarks fall silent, and on a ridge the grass swells into a perfect ring where daisies stop, and the wind moves differently, as if the hill were inhaling. A fox, pausing at the lip of a barrow, listens to something we cannot, and slips away. Owls trade syllables above a slit in the turf that tastes of damp clay and elder sap. Step inside, and the world changes temperature. Quartz pebbles glint in torch edges, passage walls wear fingerprints of long-pressed earth, and a roofstone hums back a note you did not mean to sing. The paradox has danced here for centuries. Time, dilated and skewed near seedy mounds, music heard from underfoot on certain feasts, travelers gone a night who return a year older in their eyes, fairy feasts set under hills that are also tombs. Some suggest these tales are the conscience of archaeology, passage graves and souterrains remembered in myth, their acoustics, CO2 pools and darkness doing strange work on circadian clocks. Others maintain the stories preserve treaties with an older neighborhood, spiral rooms where law and hospitality were kept in the dark for safety when the world overhead was unsettled. Fringe researchers propose literal contact points with underground realms, pressure door chambers that open when barometric thresholds cross, galleries tuned to chant and drum, hill forts sitting like plugs over stairways to cities who borrow our seasons but not our time. Historians dispute the continuities from Neolithic rite to medieval romance. Folklorists map motifs, swapping counties like coins. Physicists model infrasonic standing waves in core-belled roofs that make skin prickle, and minutes slip. Farmers warn children off the rings because plows break there, and calves vanish. Others laugh and say that's fieldcraft disguised as glamour. Scholars remain divided because burial, sanctuary, and story fuse here until categories forget themselves. Still, the enigma endures in the land's behavior. Butter buried in bog returns edible after ages. A mound calls rain when a drum is struck. A door refuses to be found at noon and stands obvious at dusk. If the CD are mere metaphors, why do the hills draft air and hold notes like instruments? And why does time keep a different temper at their lips? If there are neighbors below, who keeps the etiquette across so many winters? And what do they owe us, or we them, when paths cross? And if the mounds are machines for memory, tuned to star, song, and soil, what lesson waits inside the next opened passage? Who can walk in without losing their calendar? And what will the hill ask in return? For one clear, unborrowed hour, low cloud grips the Vasoko Valley as morning wicks through vineyards and hazel thickets. Above, a conical hill shoulders out of mist with faces that catch light in suspiciously even plains, while below, a doorway in the soil exhales cool breath, carrying the faint scent of clay and nettle. Headlamps carve a narrow corridor lined with stacked stone like dried bread, its ceiling low enough to bow any stranger. Side niches glow with votive candles, water beads along seams, and somewhere, farther in a constant draft, moves like a river you cannot see. The paradox is barbed wire for the mind. Mainstream archaeologists call the pyramids misread geology and recent walls, a collage of mines, drains, and farmers' work. Yet the Ravne tunnels breathe as if they were lungs, their flow steady. Across seasons, their junctions oddly methodical, as if the hill managed its own air. Some claim the breeze is nothing but chimney effect in karst. Others argue the network's repeated cross-sections, dry stone plugs, and dog-leg turns that tame wind suggest more than chance. Fringe theorists propose an ancient ventilation grid for an underground complex, air-pumping labyrinths feeding sealed chambers in the hill's core, a machine for climate control, health, or ritual, pointing to negative ion measurements, water coursing along engineered channels, and megalithic conglomerate blocks stamped with patterns like sleeping circuitry. Historians dispute dates, pointing out the absence of stratified cultural layers and the project's promotional tone. Geologists counter that clay and breccia can crumble into deceiving plains, and that wishful masonry eyes multiply stones into schemes. Volunteers whisper of headaches easing and compasses wavering. Skeptics mutter about suggestion and electronics. Scholars remain divided amid a tangle of enthusiasm and caution, because the tunnels keep obeying rules neither side agrees to. Dry stone walls fill older corridors with better workmanship than the ones they leave open. Airflow accelerates at predictable constrictions. Certain nodes answer a hand clap with a soft single echo like a muted bell. Some suggest medieval or Austro-Hungarian miners repurposed older cavities. Others maintain the plugs, rounded pebble-rich concrete slabs, look poured and ancient. Funding complicates everything. Politics tangles reputations. The hill watches both camps and continues to breathe. Yet the enigma persists, because the ground keeps acting like a device. Pressure adjusting after storms, drips ticking in time with wind outside, candles leaning toward corridors that maps do not show. If Visoko is purely misprision, why does the airflow behave like design? And why do plugs close passages with such disciplined masonry? If a deep complex exists, who built it without leaving an unambiguous tool in the spoil, and what purpose needed air managed like law? And if these hills are neither hoax nor simple mound, but the visible skin of an older organism of stone and wind, what waits at the grid's center? Who holds the key to the sealed core, and what changes above and below if one gate is opened? And the valley's breath finally tells us whose lungs we have been walking inside all along. Dawn pours a pale blade across Mexico's high desert as mesquite thorns catch beads of light, and the volcanic cones of the trans-Mexican belt glow like banked coals. Wind combs the grasses into tawny rivers and, in a tufa cliff, blackened by time, 7 mouths stare back at the morning, arched, soot-lipped, and breathing a cool that smells of wet basalt, copal ash, and old rain. Step inside, and the world tightens to obsidian corridors that curve as if remembering serpents. Hands brush pumice that crumbles like stale bread. Bats fold themselves into commas on the ceiling, and along a wall a faded glyph. 7 petals, around a central seed, leans toward the lamp as though timing its reveal. The paradox arrives in the hush. The Mexica claimed their ancestors emerged from Chicomostoc, 7 caves of creation, carrying lineages like coals cupped in the palms, and yet these mouths, whether in Tehuacan or the Cerro del Coyote or memories, own geography, present layouts so deliberate, paired chambers, axial corridors, vents that draft like lungs, that they feel less like accidents of fire and water than rooms rehearsed for birth. Some believe the legend is a cartographic poem, a way to map migrations across lava tubes and shelter belts by turning place into story. Others argue the structural rhyme, 7, always 7, with clans named for water reed, flint, rabbit, implies a ritual architecture designed to midwife identity from dark to light. Fringe theorists proposed the caves were engineered wombs, chambers tuned for initiation, breathwork, and starlight glimpsed through shafts at solstice, where new calendars were taught in the same breath as new names. Archaeologists counter that lava is a capricious mason, and any geometry we admire may be hindsight tidied into pattern. Some suggest Chikomostok was not a single site, but a network of sanctuaries scattered like constellations, 7 chosen doors among many. Their mythic centrality retrofitted by empire to weld disparate peoples into one ancestry. Others claim ancestral engineers carved thresholds at predictable heights, so flood dust and enemies alike would find access inconvenient, while processions rehearsed the story of emergence until children could walk the route, blind by touch alone. Scholars remain divided. Ethnohistorians read the codices and point to stylized mountains whose interior chambers are painted with a precision that embarrasses metaphor. Geologists answer that phreatic shelves and skylights can mimic intention, and that breathing is simply the barometer talking through stone. Linguists track the names of the 7 tribes: Xochimilca, Chalca, Tepaneca, Acolua, Tlaxcalteca, Tlahuica, and Mexica, and see politics as much as pilgrimage in their arrangement. Conflicting voices meet at the threshold. Elders in a valley. Village say the 7 caves are everywhere and nowhere, that each people finds its own 7 if it listens correctly. A field priest insists the mouths are altars, not origins, and cautions against turning poem into plan. A caver lifts a shard of blackened pottery and wonders why a cooking jar would spend its life in a place where the sun never stands. Others claim certain mouths answer drumbeats from outside with a heartbeat from below, and that a reed flute played at one entrance returns at another with a note sharpened as if corrected. Fringe researchers insist that Yikomostok encoded more than kinship. The 7 were also 7 disciplines: water, fire, stone, seed, law, war, song, and that a novice clan ascended only after taking breath in each room and binding an oath to each craft. Historians dispute the temptation to read a university into a hill. Farmers point out that caves are where maize seed sleeps best through drought. Midway through a corridor, a shaft lifts a coin of day toward the roof, and a blue butterfly tumbles in, drunk on the cool. The beam lands on a bench, chiseled too straight for lava, and a niche at shoulder height, where a lamp would sit precisely out of sight from the entry. Some suggest that proves only piety and prudence. Others maintain such discretion speaks to ceremonies not meant for uninitiated eyes. A cracked wall shows a plaster seam under basalt, as if someone dressed stone in skin and then hurried away. A breeze tastes briefly of sulfur and memory. A child's footprint, long since turned to rock, stands in a ledge like a signature that forgot ink. And yet the mystery remains and keeps its manners. If the caves are only geology pressed into myth, why do arrangements repeat? 7 mouths in a single escarpment, 7 rooms off a shared hall, 7 vents that draw air with the calm of practice, so often that even skeptics count without meaning to. If the legend preserves a curriculum of making a people, who first taught that syllabus in the dark, and why entrust identity to stone instead of sky? And if Chikomostok names not past, but protocol, doors that open when law is kept and close when oath is broken. How many thresholds have we walked by without hearing them breathe? Which 7 rooms still wait for a clan that has forgotten its own birth? and what shifts above ground the day a nation decides to re-enter its story and climb out, singing, in the correct order, once again. Sea light flickers on Marsa's harbor, cranes while Valletta yawns awake, limestone warming from ivory to honey. Less than a mile inland, a trap door in an ordinary street opens on a stair that slips from daylight like a thought. Treads cupped by centuries of souls, air thickening to a mineral hush that smells faintly of chalk and oil. Lamps reveal a world, carved downward in patient spirals, trilithon portals that lead to womb rooms and apses, a painted ceiling spattered with red ochre like a star field, walls dressed so smooth they drink light and exhale it back in a soft, impossible glow. At the heart, the orchestra room, small as a chapel for a single chest, its surface corrugated with shallow niches that can hold a flame or a palm, its tone waiting in the stone like a coiled note. The paradox stands there, listening. This is a place for the dead, we are told. Yet its architecture behaves like a tuned instrument. Whisper in the oracle, and it comes back a size larger. Step to the threshold, and you feel your ribs taut to vibrate. Hum a low vowel, and the room takes it, fattens it, threads it through the next chamber, and returns it with a discipline that feels designed. Some suggest acoustics are the hypogeum's only technology, limestone and curvature conspiring to cradle sound and slow time. Others argue the consistency of the effect, the way certain frequencies travel and others fall, like cloth, implies deliberate calibration by builders who knew the body as a drum, and grief is a rhythm. Fringe researchers propose the entire complex is a psychoacoustic device, its red dots a star map for tones, its carved bays baffles and reflectors, its plan a slow spiral to induce liminality, ceremony engineered to nudge brains into coupling, to pull a crowd into one breath, where instruction or farewell could be received as certainty. Scholars remain divided. Archaeologists catalog bones, beads, figurines, and horns, and remind us that tombs often become temples by love's inertia. Musicologists measure 90-130 Hz resonances and argue no Neolithic blueprint is required to explain what curvature explains. Neurologists bring volunteers and note-altered states, then retreat into caution. Others maintain the hypogeum silence is also a language. Ventilation that never suffocates, corridors that kink before chambers to hide light without breaking. Airflow. Doorways scaled to shoulders and not to grandeur, as if the dead were not the only guests. Local tradition whispers that a guide once sang and felt the floor tilt under the note. Children were said to have vanished on a school tour, and the lower level was bricked thereafter. The museum shakes its head at the story, but brick looks newer in places, and a draft moves where the map says there is no space left to breathe. Historians dispute the cautionary tale. Conservators plead humidity. Cavers point out that caves prefer rumor to permits. A mason touches a trilithon edge with pride on his face, unfaded by millennia, and asks, without words, who furnished a chisel that held its bite for so long. Some believe the hypogeum is Malta's memory of a deeper tradition. Underground halls as standard practice in a culture that saw knowledge as a root, not a roof. Others claim every surface answers the living as well as the lost, a place for counsel when the island needed to change its weather. Fringe researchers insist the sleeping lady, that small rotund figurine in museum glass, is not a portrait of death, but of trance, a student of the room's lesson. Skeptics reply, the figurine sleeps wherever we set it. Still, The enigma endures because the stone keeps behaving like intention. Knuckle a niche and a distant wall replies. Stand in one apse, and a whisper in another finds you without crossing the room between. Down a closed stair a breeze tastes of pepper and old pyre, and the match flame leans toward a space a blueprint does not admit. If this is only a necropolis, why teach air to read and voice to carry? If it is a school for feeling and remembering, who designed its syllabus, and how did a tribe of farmers learn to sculpt resonance into law? And if there is a level lower than the lowest tour, bricked for safety or secrecy, what council has been sleeping there in the cool? What oath was written into these frequencies and left for descendants to hear? And what might change in us the instant we sing the correct note? And the hypogeum finally answers in its own unwavering voice. Monsoon dawn drapes the Deccan in sheets of pewter light, as peacocks scatter jeweled rain from their tails. Basalt escarpments sweat, and the wind carries wet jasmine through ravines where bee-eaters stitch green sparks across the air. At Ajanta, the horseshoe gorge yawns like a dark amphitheater. Pillared facades cut straight from cliff blink open as if waking. At Ellora, the Kailasa temple falls away from the surface like a quarried negative, a mountain peeled into a freestanding cathedral. Farther south, at Badami and Aiholi, red stone hollows into sanctuaries, and at Elephanta, an island rib cage opens to reveal a three-faced colossus where the tide keeps time. The camera descends, frame by frame, past stairways whose treads drink monsoon drip and refuse moss, past channels scored to shepherd runoff like law, past ceilings that keep a measured rise for chant, until it stands in a room that is not built, but revealed, a volume extracted from the earth, one grain at a time, with such obedience to axis that the dark itself appears plumb. The paradox rises with the first close pan, entire temples carved downward into volcanic trap, courtyards and colonnades released from the hill like a statue from a block, symmetrical enough to embarrass spirit levels, grand enough to shame scaffolds, and yet there is no masonry, only subtraction and an audacity that should have shattered itself with one wrong strike. Some believe devotion alone drove this calculus of negative space. Monks, craftsmen, guilds, and royal patrons cooperating over generations to turn basalt into breath and doctrine. Others argue devotion requires a grammar of technique, and that the precision here implies a handbook we have not found. Fringe theorists propose the craftsman inherited a much older playbook, megalithic habits translated into bedrock, top-down quarrying learned from vanished fort engineers, acoustic design, borrowed from Barabar's mirror-polished hollows and applied at a grander scale. Scholars still debate how you erase a mountain into a multi-story mandapa without misplacing a column. Chalk grid lines, plumb bobs, water levels, and star fixes, say some. Plinth marks and quarry scars whisper a different rhythm, say others, as if the builders tuned rooms by ear and hand more than by geometry. Historians dispute whether these were solely temples or also safe houses in seasons of raid and drought. Engineers point to hidden drains, to air shafts that do not brag about themselves, to anti-silt thresholds and secreted sluices that read like emergency doctrine. Some suggest Kailasa is devotion weaponized, politics in stone, an empire's announcement that it could command both cliff and myth. Others maintain its plan obeys ritual first and spectacle second, the downward cut chosen to keep the temple unroofed to the sky, even while hiding its ribs from siege and storm. Conflicting testimony multiplies with every corridor. Archaeologists speak of chisel signatures and tooth marks that widen in curves like a craftsman's breath. Quarrymen nod and say basalt bruises where amateurs push, then touch a pillar here and smile because no bruise remains. Pilgrims whisper that's certain, sancta catch a single note and fatten it until a spine feels taller. Acousticians reply that curvature can be clever without myth. Fringe researchers insist those curves are not only clever but calibrated, that specific vowels travel on intended paths between niches, as if a vowel needed a root as much as a room. Some believe the Ajanta Shaityas were shelters in more than one sense. Liturgical arks and literal havens, postures of refuge folded into stone during centuries when kingdoms traded weather and swords. Others claim the caves simply conserved cool, a monastery's summer logic, refined into elegance. In Daulatabad's hill, a laced-through tunnel throws echoes and blind turns at the uninvited. At Udayagiri, a stair cheats dawn until a solvable day lights a god. At Elephanta Pillar, spacing persuades darkness to act as colonnade between lamps. Fringe researchers propose a pan-peninsular under-grammar, forts and caves, sharing ventilatory laws and hydrological tricks, as if guilds compared. Secrets in small courtyards at dusk. Dissent persists. Epigraphers warn against blending dynasties into a single author. Patrons change, budgets breathe, and stone keeps receipts in the form of unfinished corners we romanticize past. Sthapatis, temple architects, say the Shilpa. Shastras carry enough math to explain many miracles. Metallurgists lean against cold, ringing columns and say it still feels like something extra lives in the stone. A mason presses his palm to an Ellora wall and feels a temperature gradient where none should be, as if a vein still moved behind the face. Some suggest this is groundwater. Others say the hill remembers its heat. And yet the enigma endures because subtraction here looks like strategy. Why carve down, not up? To armor the sacred with gravity, say some, to keep rooftops seamless in monsoon and keep ladders useless in siege, to discipline sightlines and air, to harvest spoil for causeways and tanks. Others maintain the downward cut acknowledges a pattern older than temples. Subterranean granaries, Jain cave shelters, ash-smoothed living rock that keeps oath and grain alike. Fringe researchers insist a few chambers were tuned not for chant, but for quiet, and that certain apertures admit solstice like a visitor with a key. Still the questions linger in the drip and the breath that follows the camera to the last chamber. If these are only sanctuaries, why do so many design choices read like fortress thinking? Dogleg corridors, trap shadows, stone that narrows, under the eaves of stair. If the craft was born solely of this era, where did the first top-down blueprint come from? And who taught apprentices to keep entire elevations in mind while the hill still stood between chisel and plan? And if rock-cut India is also an underground nation of law and knowledge, air and water shepherded with priestly accuracy, what else waits sealed behind a plugged passage? Which corridors were closed to protect memory? And what would happen if a chant forgotten by the surface were spoken again in a hypo-style that remembers, and the dark breathed back an answer we have not yet learned to hear? What maps did they follow? Who kept the keys? And what sleeps? Snow lifts from the Moskva like steam under sodium lights. Sleet needles the embankments, and the Seven Sisters stand in their frost-lit tiaras while trains hum beneath. Doors, coughing warm breath into tile palaces where mosaics glow like captive dawns. Midnight steps across the garden ring, one boulevard at a time. Vents exhale iron-scented heat. A maintenance door shuts with a hush that feels rehearsed. The camera tilts from chandeliers to shadow and listens out past the last advertised station. A larger silence lies, a pressure change that rides the rails like rumor. The paradox presses in with the cold. An official metro already deeper than most cities' pride is said to be only the foyer. That beneath the map we are given runs another, a web of lines locals nickname Metro 2, drawn between the Kremlin and airfields, ministries and bunkers, morgues of memory and rooms without windows, with platforms where no posters hang and clocks without hands. Some believe this is modern mythology, born of checkpoints and bravado, security corridors inflated into empires. Others claim the specifics accumulate like snow on a sill. Station names whispered and consistent, elevator banks that drop too far, sealed doors with lamps over lintels that are never off, tunnels where radio grows hungry, and a hum that speaks. A different pitch when a train no civilian pays for glides past in the dark. Fringe researchers propose a layered timeline, medieval culverts under monasteries, czarist wine cellars and river vaults, then Soviet civil defense arteries widened to carry power and people, then post-Soviet renegotiations that draped fresh, cable over old rib, a palimpsest of secrecy moving underneath history like current. Historians dispute almost every image. Archivists point to redacted maps and say redaction can hide error as easily as truth. Engineers shrug that any great city keeps spare capacity hidden or it ceases to be great. Others argue Moscow is unique because its ground is already written upon. Neglinaya buried in brick, ice houses hollowed from clay, catacombs under monasteries, lost rivers redirected, and that modern tunnels merely adopted older sentences and kept writing. Scholars remain divided, not because evidence is absent, but because the pieces behave like proud witnesses. Everything you can see denies what you can infer. Everything you can infer explains what you cannot see. A caretaker in a Stalin-era station remembers a night parade of workers with badges and no insignia. A janitor swears a platform near Ramenki swallows footsteps. An inspector smiles and says there are always rumors where there are rails. Others maintain the rumor's shape stays implausibly steady across decades, as if rehearsal were involved. Fringe researchers insist an emergency city lies under the city. Dormitories, kitchens, archives, a parliament of pipes and air, and that trains without numbers knit it. Skeptics answer that drills, not drudges, are what ride late. Debate multiplies along live tracks. A former dispatcher remembers trains that were not in the timetable. A retired officer remembers a station that never echoes, and a turn that hums at a different pitch. Officials reply with jokes, denials, or the useful fog of no comment. Some suggest the rumors are camouflage for banal security tunnels that protect pipes and cables. Others argue the cadence of certain freight movements and black glass entrances beside unremarkable doors hint at schedules and platforms, not mere ducts. Historians dispute a popular map of the hidden line as an art project. Geophysicists point to straight anomalies in ground scans they decline to interpret. A builder mentions a slurry wall poured at night beside a shaft that the next day did not exist. And yet the enigma endures because infrastructure behaves like theater. Platforms with no posters, rooms that smell of ozone and paper, but host no clerks, service corridors that require guards with better uniforms than most citizens will ever own. Some maintain the tradition predates commissars. Czars hid retreat paths. Merchants hid cash and wine. Monks held bones where soldiers could not find them. And that secrecy is not a conspiracy so much as etiquette in a city that expects siege as a season. Others claim the secrecy itself is standard. No empire announces blueprints for its last doors. Still, the precision of rumor unsettles. Line names, station counts, elevator capacities, a platform nicknamed Sparrow's Nest, a distance measured in the steps of a soldier who later decided he had been marching in a dream. Contradictions pile like snow against a door. Builders tell of slurry walls poured at midnight. A crane operator swears he lifted a wagon underground. A museum guide says a famous relief hides a hinge. Another voice replies that Moscow loves spectacle and that ghosts in marble are cheaper than maintenance. Trains clatter. The clock, with no hands behind a glass door, hums as if keeping a timetable only a few eyes can read. The camera follows a corridor painted new over old. At the end, the wall is not a wall but a door, and beyond it, the air smells of paper, rubber, dust, and ozone, the perfume of infrastructure. A guard, with tired kindness, says nothing, which is somehow an answer. Elevators whose buttons have no numbers sigh and drop. Turnouts lie in dark, where no commuter will ever hear them sing. Some believe Metro 2 is an urban legend with good manners. Others maintain it is a system with obligations to shelter, to move, to remember. Still the questions linger in the turn of every unscheduled wheel. If Metro 2 is only smoke and pride, why do official maps share the same blind spot? And why do some corridors eat radio like bread? If a hidden network exists, who inherits its keys? What promises bind it to the city above, and how far beyond Moscow does the deep grammar extend? And if the lines beneath are themselves a renovation of older paths, monk-dug, merchant-cut, river-tamed, what stories are still moving in the dark while winter scrapes the streets? Who is listening to those stories now? And what would the doors say if we knocked at the wrong hour? Who would answer back, and where would the first train go? Dawn spills peach light over Shasta's white cone, while the timberline exhales resin and cold. Lenticular clouds stack like silver saucers above the summit, and along lava ridges, vents breathe a faint warmth that smells of stone and snowmelt. A deer ghosts the manzanita and vanishes at a black mouth where basalt swallows sound, and the forest hushes as if listening. The paradox lives in that quiet. American frontier folktales, theosophic visions, and campfire testimonies converge on one outrageous claim: that a remnant nation from Lemuria retreated beneath this mountain, building galleries of quartz-lit, halls and gardens that never see sun, and that modern hikers still meet tall, pale strangers who speak softly and disappear into rock. Some believe these are pilgrim dreams painted on a dramatic volcano. Others argue too many independent reports, repeat signatures, sweet ozone scent, a low hum, footprints that melt snow without sinking, to call it mere fantasy. Fringe theorists propose a geothermal city keyed to faults and aquifers, its doors masked by talus and pressure, its lamps fed by piezoelectric arrays tuned to crystal. Local Wintu stories remember keepers under the ice, who guard springs and speak only when drought is near. Scholars remain divided. Geologists point to fumaroles, sastrugi, and wishful seeing. Mystics insist on encounters and gifts left at tree roots. Rangers collect hoax glow sticks and rescue the lost. Still the questions linger like heat above pumice. If this is only myth, why do certain caves draft like lungs? And why do compasses stagger near quartz ribs? If guests come from under snow, who tends their gardens and what oath keeps them hidden? And if Shasta shelters neighbors older than our maps, what are they waiting to tell? What price would they ask for water and quiet? And how many doors have we walked past while the mountain watched us sleep? Morning filters through mist over Wieliczka and Bochnia as church bells tremble thinly. Below fields, stairs dive into honeyed dark where salt becomes architecture. Chapels carved from halite, chandeliers glittering with crystal tears. Saints, in translucent relief as if frozen breath, learned sculpture. Corridors run like polished arteries past brine lakes that hold their own moons. The paradox glows from every wall. This is industry, yet it reads like palace. Labor, yet it sings like liturgy. And then the map shows passages that halt mid-curve, galleries bricked with stern care, rails ending a meter short of a door, as if a plan was folded shut. Some suggest ordinary reasons, collapses, water ingress, budgets exhausted. Others claim the patterns repeat with too much discipline. Terminations aligned to invisible lines, sealed pockets that breathe cool in summer and warm in winter. Acoustic, nodes where a footstep returns from the wrong direction. Fringe researchers propose older strata of use. Medieval miners intersecting pre-Christian sanctuaries or hidden caches, then sealing them beneath devotional decor. Local legends whisper of white kings who guided Picts and forbade certain turns, of a room where voices speak in rainless years. Historians dispute romantic overlays. Engineers cite prudence and pressure ridges. Tour guides point to safety standards while winking at orphan rails. Yet the enigma endures in the salt's behavior. Walls sweat at predictable hours, candles lean toward bricked arches. A violin note finds a duct and returns like a benediction. If endings are merely abandoned work, why do they stop with ceremonial neatness? If closures protect miners who chose the alignments that make no geological sense, and if some corridors were meant to remain unfinished because their destination already had a guardian, what lies beyond those salt bricks? What story did the rock ask men to keep? And who still listens when the chandeliers go dark and the lake keeps its small, unblinking moon? Noon hammers the erg until the dunes ring like brass. Heat mirages stack shaky cities on the horizon, while a caravan thread stitches shade from its own shadows. Then the sand thins to hardpan, and a geometry appears, sunken hexagons rimmed with dressed stone, steps dropping into blue cool, shafts tiled like inverted pyramids buried point first into the desert. The paradox rebels against thirst. These are wells, yet their mouths are monumental, their angles too precise, their vents too many, as if water were only one of several reasons to descend. Some suggest they're ingenious fog harvesters and kanat intakes, stair-stepped to calm wind and condense night. Others argue many are sealed tight, lids mortared and marked, stairs that vanish into corked dark as though a deeper threshold was politely declined. Fringe theorists propose gateways to under-desert corridors linking oases, a stone web for caravans beneath dunes that migrate like seas. Tuareg elders whisper of throats that speak storms in advance, of guardians who count steps and teach, only those who arrive empty-handed. Scholars remain divided. Archaeologists see water law and storage, Engineers admire convection math. Geophysicists map voids and refuse to speculate. And yet the enigma endures when lids exhale cold at noon, when a thrown pebble falls longer than the shaft is deep, when a flute played at one well is answered faintly by another past a ridge. If these are merely wells, why the star-level geometry and the sealed singing throats? If doors to something larger, who paved the roots and why hide them from the surface world? And if the Sahara keeps a second caravan road in its stone, what kingdom rides it now in silence? What treaty holds between sand and shadow? And what will step out first if the right lid is lifted and the desert finally speaks? Evening cools the Tiber as swifts stitch black commas across the sky. Down a slope, an ivy-choked door yields to a breath of ancient damp, and lanterns wake honeycomb, miles of galleries where chalk dust tastes like old prayer. Frescoes flare in ochre and blue, oil lamps squat like sleeping eyes, and names sleep quietly along loculi. The paradox is older than empire. Christian burials, yes, yet in the dark margins, scratched hands record more uneasy things. Eyes with too many lashes, long-limbed figures noted as custodes, footprints that end at blank stone, little spirals beside warnings to keep silence. Some believe these are symbols of vigilance and grief. Others claim they are field notes from frightened caretakers who met neighbors beneath Rome, watchers who knew the galleries better than deacons did. Fringe researchers propose the catacombs braided into older Etruscan and Mithraic cavities, touching a pre-Roman undercity whose inhabitants preferred treaty to spectacle. Pilgrims whisper of a corridor that hums at dusk, and of a chamber where the air tastes metallic, like a coin on the tongue. Scholars still debate graffiti meanings. Epigraphers read piety where thrill-seekers read monsters. Custodians close unstable sections as rumors multiply. Yet the questions persist because the ground behaves like a witness. A sealed arch exhales on feast days. A frescoed niche warms when the street above grows cold. A psalm, whispered at one end, returns from the wrong direction. If this was only cemetery, why the guarded brick turns and the warnings to pass without singing? If strangers lived below, who were they? And why did priests leave bread at certain thresholds? And if Rome sat on a suburb of the unseen, what agreements kept peace under martyrs' streets? Who inherited the pact when the empire fell? And what still watches, patient, from just beyond the fresco's last candle? Dawn lifts over the avenue of the dead, like a slow drumbeat. Obsidian chips wink in the dust, and the temple of the feathered serpent stares with stone eyes, while swifts spiral up the tiers. Beneath, Muon and radar maps sketch hollow grammar, voids and shafts nested like matryoshka behind serpent heads and shell rosettes, corridors that appear to converge toward a weighted silence under the pyramid's heart. The paradox is architectural and theological at once. Offerings above, mercury pools pyrite, stars, jaguar bones, greenstone masks appear staged for gods beneath, as if worship flowed downward instead of up. And in a city without obvious rulers, the deepest space seems to claim a throne invisible from any plaza. Some suggest the voids are construction gaps and stress relievers. Others argue the mercury rivers, the carved mica sheets, and the magnetite dust read like deliberate laboratory rather than leftover scaffolding. Fringe theorists propose an underworld theater and machine, chambers tuned for procession, induction, and star-harvesting rites, where the city's calendar was kept alive by sound, light, and metallic sky. Descendants' stories remember a place where the earth shone like night, and voices came back crowned. Scholars remain divided. Conservators caution patience. Archaeometrists count isotopes. Skeptics call it drainage with decorations. Excavators whisper of spheres that glittered, like constellations in lamplight, and crumbled when touched. Still, the enigma endures because the pyramid keeps answering questions with geometry. Shafts align with star paths and groundwater veins. Echo nodes sit exactly beneath reliefs of shells and serpents. Sealed doors breathe like sleeping lungs. If the voids are mere engineering, why stage offerings as if feeding a resident under the foundations? If a shrine waits below, who sat in the dark and read Mercury skies? And if Teotihuacan's true sovereign was an unseen heart under stone? What power moved a metropolis without a face? Who guarded the last door when the city emptied? And what will rise, light, voice, or memory, when the deepest chamber, finally, remembers how to speak? Polar twilight drapes the Antarctic plateau in iron-blue stillness as flags crack like brittle paper, and the katabatic wind combs snow into pale dunes that move even when nothing else does. Beneath the titanium sky, a cluster of prefabs and towers throws timid light on ice that is not simply winter, but a continent's memory stacked into 3 vertical miles, and somewhere, almost a kilometer down from the station's floodlights, a narrow steel straw has kissed a world no eye has seen. Lake Vostok, a black cathedral sealed from sun and storm for perhaps 15 million years, warm at the bed by Earth's own breath, and capped by a ceiling that crushes air into chemistry. The paradox stands up under that lid. A lake entombed longer than cities have dreamed, starved of photosynthesis, pressured enough to bully gases into strange moods. And yet accretion ice raised from its skin carries microbial signatures, metabolic whispers that refuse the narrative of sterile isolation, and instead sketch a community that dines on rock, breathes dissolved chemicals, and writes life into the margins of impossibility. Some believe this is precisely what extremophiles do: chemosynthesis, drilling life out of iron and sulfur, microbes coaxed by microcurrents and warm sills, an ecosystem modest but sufficient. Others argue the signals look too busy for a mere foothold. The diversity hints at food webs with tears, at gradients shaped like architecture, at oxygen supersaturation that should be a toxin but perhaps is a habit. Fringe theorists propose the lid is not only a seal but an instrument, that the ice above stores planetary rhythms and bleeds them into the lake as pressure music, that sonar-bright domes in the bed could be carbonate hummocks or something, less obedient to geology's catalog, and that subglacial rivers arriving like arteries from elsewhere link Vostok to a dark hydrosphere that shrugs at continents. Glaciologists and microbiologists spar by lamplight over drilling fluids, contamination controls, and the ethics of touching a patient who cannot sign a waiver. Engineers argue for clean hot water probes and sealed biolabs on skids. A few elders say the ice itself is a text, that the accretion bands are paragraphs, and the crystals carry clauses no microscope has the patience to read. Others claim the romance outruns the data. DNA fragments can ride in from elsewhere, pressure bruise artifacts as well as adaptations, and the drowning quiet of a lake under 3 million years of snow is more likely austere than operatic. Scholars remain divided, not on whether life can be stubborn, but on how much choreography is implied by a whisper of enzymes in an ice shard. Satellite altimetry maps shorelines like sighs under the sheet. Magnetic anomalies sulk where they should not, and instruments wink 3 times and then go still, as if the cold prefers selective hospitality. Meanwhile, the camp above cracks jokes in breath clouds and drinks tea that tastes of diesel. A sensor buried yesterday phones home nothing, and then a perfect curve. A storm rips the sky to ribbons, and then it is so quiet someone hears the flag. Think. Still the questions linger, pushing against the lid like bubbles that will never be free. If that abyssal water is truly alive, how many strategies sleep there that might teach us medicine and endurance, and how wrong is our instinct that sunlight is necessary for thinking chemistry? If Vostok is threaded to other lakes by secret rivers, what migrates down there? Genes, minerals, memories, and in which direction do those migrations read? And if a door this old can host breath and appetite in the dark, what else? Beneath, ice, on this planet or another, waits with patient metabolism for the first honest visitor. What will we change by knocking, and what will be listening for the knock we didn't mean to send? Morning unrolls along the Andes like a long, bright shawl, while frost burns off ichu grass, and condors toy with the thermals over ribs of granite. In quebradas where the wind learns to sing in Aymara vowels, shepherds point to slopes that drink sunlight like wine and whisper of nights when the mountain moves a sound through itself, low, clean, metallic, as if struck from within by a hand the size of weather. On days when clouds stoop to graze the peaks, the ground does its own thinking. Tunnels exhale pepper-cold air through puna grasses. Talus murmurs. A brook shivers against ore and throws a harmonic higher than any flute. Then dusk swallows the colors, and out past the last adobe wall, a note comes that is not thunder, not rockfall, not any bell a chapel ever raised, but a rounded tone carried in the gut more than the ear. The paradox tolls in that vibration. Villages without foundries report bells in strata, sealed vaults that ring back to a stomp like bowls. A mountain's body behaving like an instrument, no one tuned in. Living story. Some suggest all this is geology's ventriloquism, wind organs in mines, ringing rocks, where magnetite seams chime under sudden chill, frost wedges releasing stored tension with a bronze-like thrum. Others claim the pattern is too ceremonial, tones recurring at saints' days, echoes centering on ridgelines near old shrines, timbers that modulate as if a mechanism were warming. Fringe theorists propose buried hardware, pre-Inca metallurgical chambers with suspended plates, or ritual sound wells cut to focus chorus and drum into a single column of noise, or even long resting machines that move the earth's music like a heart pumps blood. Historians dispute that appetite for engines. Archaeologists counter with soundscapes mapped at Chavindawantar and Sacsayhuaman, where architecture rigs the air on purpose. Miners, for their part, recall adits that swallowed a shout and returned a bell that made men set down tools and cross themselves without irony. Others argue that ore bodies organize sound whether priests approve or not. Veins behave like strings, vaults like kettles, and pressure like a patient drummer. Scholars remain divided because evidence is as shy as the tone is bold. Geophones sleep through supposed peals, yet shepherds wake in their blankets with teeth humming. Accelerometers catch a clean pulse, and then a season passes without a single note. A foreman reports a tunnel ringing like a gong on a still noon. His supervisor finds nothing but the smell of ozone and a trick of shade. Conflicting motives haunt the slopes. Tour operators would love a predictable miracle. Elders dislike strangers trespassing on nights when old agreements need renewing. Engineers want a datum, a map, a reason to trust a ridge. Some whisper of campanas enterradas, literal bells cast with ore and sealed as offerings, set to toll when the mountain is wrongly cut. Others maintain the bells are the mountain itself, the ribs of a vault, answering changes in temperature and stress, like a choir that will not rehearse for microphones. Fringe researchers insist a few tones are keyed to a tonality no Andean scale knows, and that llamas stand to face certain gullies when the note arrives as if greeting an authority. Skeptics reply that animals face wind, and we hear patterns in anything that scares or comforts us enough. Yet the enigma endures because the nights keep ringing on their own schedule, and people keep their appointments with a sound that asks nothing and offers less. If these are only echoes with good costumes, why do the tones keep their pitch like instruments? And why do some ridges answer each other across valleys as if trading measures? If bells are truly sleeping under talus, who placed them? For what? Whether? And how were they nourished in the dark for so long? And if the mountain itself is the bell, ore for bronze, chamber for body, wind for mallet, what message does it choose to send? Who in the highlands still understands the grammar? And what happens the day the note changes key, and no one can remember what the old key once meant? Sulphur breathes from the Phlegraean fields like a dragon practicing discretion. Fumaroles stitch pearly veils over black rock, and the Tyrrhenian sun paints the bay with the patience of a god who has seen empires yawn and sleep. Above Cume's ancient earthwork, a cypress lane needles sky, and then the camera dips beneath the hill into a trapezoidal corridor whose walls slope inward like a book almost closed. Floor stones worn to satin by centuries of sandals, light, falling from slits toward a vanishing point where prophecy was said to sit with her back to daylight and her face to the dark. The paradox perfumes that long, cool breath. Roman texts speak of a Sibyl who wrote on leaves and loosed them to wind. Yet the architecture here behaves not like a poet's grotto, but a machine, air managed by slots, acoustics tuned to magnify a single voice, axial sight lines that deny a petitioner full approach while ensuring the presence can be heard as law. Some suggest we are looking at a defensive passage or an Augustan folly, a noble's terraced tunnel later rebadged as oracle. Others argue the paired side doors, the waiting rooms, the sudden dogleg that defeats a rush, and the alignment to Winterlight imply a design built around controlled encounter. Mystery engineered. Fringe theorists propose the entire promontory is hollowed, a warren of council chambers linked to Lake Avernus, a literal gate of the underworld where volcanic breath played the role Delphi gave to faulted rock, and the Sibyl was custodian of an archive below as much as a mouthpiece above. Antiquarians bicker over which cave is the cave, Cume's trapezoid, Baiai's glamour of galleries, or tunnels sunk by later rulers and renamed to borrow awe. Archaeologists caution that prophecy breeds attribution like vines, while architects point to tooling marks and proportions that keep stepping back into the Republican era as if the hill had its own preferred meter. Scholars remain divided. Philologists hear in Virgil's stagecraft and metaphor. Engineers hear in the stone a speech filter and crowd control. Modern ritualists hear a set and an instruction manual and wish for a rehearsal. Others claim the leaves were administrative slips. The chest voice became policy once it had stone to wear, and the god arrived because the room was ready, not the other way around. Guides point out niches where lamps would not blind an audience. A whisper in one cell finds the main corridor and returns cloaked. A bird, hung in a slit of sun, will not sing. Meanwhile, the volcano mutters under everything like a low organ note, reminding visitors that the hill was always plugged into fire. Historians dispute reports of bricked stairs that aimed toward Avernus and were later sealed for safety. Conservators say humidity is enemy enough. A local fisherman swears he hears chanting along the lake at dawn, and a police officer smiles away trespassers who keep bringing laurel crowns as if the ticket office were still open for riddles. Still the questions linger in the lime and lamp soot. If the Sibyl was only literature draped on military tunnels, why do the corridors perform like a liturgy for sound and restraint? And why do winter solstice rays try the threshold as if keeping an appointment? If a real complex once hosted council below ground, who kept the minutes? Where were the leaf books shelved? And what bargains tied city policy to a voice in a trench? And if the hill is a palimpsest of oracles and rulers, of volcanic wind and human need for a sentence that sounds like fate, what waits behind the closed doors further in? Who still has reason to keep them shut? And what would the room say if we stood in the center at dusk, spoke a true question aloud, and the stone, taught by 2,000 years of listening, answered back? Sun lifts over the copper-colored ridges of the Arabah and paints the wadis like braided bronze. Acacia throws thin shadows on slag heaps that still glitter with green malachite, and the wind combs heat through a maze of trenches, adits, and collapsed galleries where bats sleep behind veils of salt. Torches once licked these walls, the floors, still remember bare heels and crushed charcoal. A jackal pads past a tangle of ancient tuyères like ribs. The paradox waits in the glare. Scriptures speak of a king whose wealth poured from the deep without end. Yet the rock face mutters in a different grammar. Smelting courts, draft channels, mine roads, whole neighborhoods of fire, so coordinated. They behave less like scattered pits than the skin of a subterranean state. Some believe Timna and Feinan were merely tough copper camps, made grand by later storytellers. Others argue the regularity of airflow shafts, the long, level drifts, and the way furnaces align with prevailing winds hint at a singular plan more political than provincial. Fringe theorists propose the kingdom named in chronicles did not sit only on a hill, but under it, a vertical realm of labor and law, of bellows timed to drums, of ledgers kept in cool chambers where ore, tax, and prophecy met beneath the same ceiling. Archaeologists counter that dates wobble, and text is a jealous witness. Historians dispute whether trade, not throne, drove the engine. Smelters remind everyone that copper obeys chemistry, not coronations. Others claim caravan routes, braided, here like sentences, and the tunnels touched not only ore, but ritual. Rooms where slag was killed. Altars soot-signed by gods of the mouth of earth. Scholars remain divided. Inscriptions name craftsmen more often than kings. A cart track aims into a seam no cart could navigate. Yet the enigma endures each noon when the spoil glitters as if the sun were still being minted underfoot. If these hollows were only workshops, why does the entire valley breathe like a machine? If there was a sovereign below who sat the hidden court and read the accounts in the heat, and if the minds of Solomon were both sweat and system, economy and catechism braided in the dark, what laws were hammered into ore there? What histories cooled in the molds, and what voice would answer if we spoke a king's name into a shaft that still tastes of copper and prayer? Fog lifts from sycamores along the green river as a pale sun turns damp pasture to pewter. Limestone mouths exhale breath that smells of penny and leaf mold. Lanterns bounce down corkscrew stairs into rooms where gypsum flowers bloom like frost, arrested mid-bloom. In the hush, a thread of rumor knots the corridors. Early settlers, saltpeter men, and Sunday visitors wrote of desiccated bodies wrapped in bark and woven cloth, hair intact, and sandals still laced, lifted from dry galleries. The air had made into kilns. Soon after, men with notebooks and federal seals arrived, and then, so the story insists, crates vanished into institutional stomachs, labels mislaid, silence poured like mortar. Some suggest those mummies were misread burials and curiosity, cabinets that never needed conspiracy, indigenous dead naturally preserved by airflow and low humidity, documented, mishandled, then lost to fires, moves, or embarrassment. Others claim the pattern repeats too neatly across counties. A find, a flurry, a visit, and a disappearance shaped like caution with a uniform. Fringe researchers propose the remains troubled a neat classroom chronology: diet, disease, textiles, trade. So better to misfile than rewrite. Locals whisper of side caves bricked overnight, and ledger pages torn out with tidy precision. Scholars remain divided. Archivists produce catalog numbers that lead to empty drawers. Osteologists stress consent and context. Cavers shake their heads at tourists who want ghosts more than geology. Still, artifacts surface like minnows in a light. A sandal braided from bast, a woven bag stiff as bark, a gourd pierced for carry, a diary line reading, "Too perfect, removed at dusk." Others argue Mammoth and her sisters preserve anything. If the air agrees, pigs, cigarettes, promises, and that agents were often just merchants with better paper. Conflicting motives crowd the drip. Reverence, spectacle, fear of grave robbing, the cold arithmetic of display. Yet the enigma endures when a knock on a certain wall returns like a softened pulse, when a closed shaft exhales on feast day, when a docent's lamp finds a handprint set in clay where no tour goes. If bodies were only trophies of dryness, why did some exits seal so swiftly, and why do records curl into ash, right where names should stand? If officials only tidied grief, what did the counties get in return? And if the galleries keep their own dead and their own timelines, who decides which stories air can keep? What else sleeps in those cool ledges, and what would the cave say if we asked it to testify under oath in the dark? A winter lantern walks across a pane of vellum in a candlelit study. Quills scratch. Outside the casement, auroras crawl like green silk. Above the desk a compass and a globe share a hook, and within these wooden moons a quiet insurrection blooms. The paradox gleams like brass. The age that ground planets under calculus and tethered comet paths with rope also entertained a world with rooms inside, a nested earth of shells and suns, corridors and peoples, touted not only by pamphleteers, but by names that opened academies' doors. Some believe Halley's spheres were mathematical scaffolds meant to reconcile wobbles in the compass, an elegant placeholder while data sharpened. Others claim even his cautions held a wish, that the aurora was leakage, that life loves hidden climates, that nature repeats herself as if required by a law friendlier than ours. Fringe theorists propose the Enlightenment flirted with hollowness, not despite its rigor, but because of it. Symmetry seduced, magnetism misbehaved, polar mysteries looked like doors, and a republic of reason could imagine republics below without blushing. Later, Sims hammered the notion into a frontier key, pointing to polar apertures and inviting the nation to voyage down its own curiosity. Historians dispute how earnest each man was. Philosophers hear metaphors hunched inside treatises. Engineers grin and ask where the tensile strength lives. Others argue the social wind mattered. After cataclysms and revolutions, a sanctuary. Fantasy snuck into science wearing geometry's coat. Explorers wanted patrons. Patrons wanted wonder. Scholars remain divided because some pages read like prayer and some like pranks. Because a serious map can host a serious error. Because whole in ignorance sometimes invites us to diagram the void. Conflicting voices are loud even now. Geophysicists thump seismograms that show a hot, crowded interior. Romantics sketch staircases into light. Yet the questions refuse extinction, changing shape but not tone. If minds that weighed moons could sketch civilizations inside a planet without shame, what did they sense in data or in themselves that begged an inner city? If hollowness was allegory, why do the numbers glow with sincere craft? And why do poleward legends in many tongues name doors where ice crackles today? And if the idea was wrong in rock, but right in hunger, if we keep building imagined refuges under pressure, what does that say about the rooms still missing above, who we hope is living in them, and which of our current elegant placeholders will look like doorways to our grandchildren's eyes? Between cracked leather covers, a drawer yields a folio that smells of glue and dust. Compass roses bloom, rum lines cross seas like harp strings. Then a plate appears that seems to have dreamt in the dark. Contours drawn not on a sphere's skin, but inside a shell. Land masses named for virtues and suns. Polar apertures inked as tidy ellipses. Rivers flowing toward a central light with the calm of conviction. The paradox sits humming in the margins. Maps are contracts with space, yet here cartography kneels to myth and stands back up as if promoted. Scale bars present, latitudes guessed, trade winds hypothesized. For rooms no ship has sailed. Some suggest these are curiosities, allegories engraved to accompany speculative texts and cabinets of marvels. Others argue the craft itself betrays belief. Soundings listed as if taken, place names borrowed from explorers' notebooks and reassigned. Inward, meridians ticked, with the patience of someone who expected to be proved. Fringe researchers propose composites, reports from caves massaged into continents, polar mirages scaled into bays. A scribe persuaded by pilots who swore the compass changed its mind at the edge of ice. Historians dispute provenance. Lithographers reused plates. Hoaxers ate well. Empires needed myths as ballast. Scholars remain divided. An archivist points to wormholes and inconsistent inks. A geodesist sighs over impossible bearings. A poet falls quiet at the elegance of a world that never was but wanted to be. Meanwhile, the maps behave like talismans. Sailors tuck them into trunks as if they held weather. Mystics copied them in blue pencil. A general doodled rail lines no budget could cure. Others claim the relics are not evidence of travel but of appetite, the wish to put order where terror lives, to domesticate the underworld by giving it harbors and coasts. Yet the enigma endures because certain plates keep turning up in distant archives with nearly identical geometry, as if copied from a master now missing, because marginalia sometimes include the practical coal, brackish, no reef, and because a few polar charts sketch shadows that modern scanners, by accident or noise, have also suggested and then retracted. If these maps were merely emblems, Why do their grids sweat with the labor of sailors who believed, if they documented a pilgrimage of imagination, whose sermons were these? And why do old fingerprints on the paper feel like men who intended to go? And if one, just one, was drawn from a report that was neither hoax nor trance, if a door opened for an hour and a hand drew quickly, what horizon did that hand see? Who closed it afterward, and where would that forgotten latitude lie on the clean, indifferent globes we spin today? Night gathers over a planet veined with light. Highways glow like capillaries, minds burn white at their mouths, and beyond the city lens the dark looks peaceful until you remember it is full of rooms. Think of the catalogue. Crystal cathedrals warm as lungs, temples cut downward until gravity becomes a roof, wells that breathe, caves that sing, tunnels that behave like laws, maps that argue for neighbors we were trained not to notice. The paradox is almost impolite in its poise. We call ourselves surface creatures, yet our oldest storage, safety, and ceremony are written in stone below our calendars. We say we climbed out of caves and never went back, yet food sleeps underground, data sleeps underground, seed sleeps underground, and the most delicate negotiations we keep, money, waste, war, prefer rock to weather. Some believe these stories are only echoes, pattern-loving apes drawing lines between accidents. Others claim they are shards of a forgotten curriculum, how to breathe when sky is unfriendly, how to keep law when kings burn, how to talk to the planet until it answers with water and quiet. Fringe researchers propose that the first civic oath was spoken under a ceiling no sun could cross, and that we are, in truth, tenants of a duplex. Upstairs is spectacle, downstairs is memory. Historians dispute the scale of continuity. Geologists argue that stone trains coincidence. City planners shrug and point to basements, metros, vaults. Yet the enigma endures because the ground keeps answering in the same patient voice whenever we ask too loudly for origin or refuge. If humanity's prologue was rehearsed in the dark, what acts did we leave behind when the curtain rose on sunlight? If we keep rediscovering doors, who is on the other side keeping them tidy? And if the surface has always been the second story of a house with deeper rooms, what truth will finally climb the stairs when we knock correctly? What neighbors will we meet at our own table? And what will our maps look like? The day we admit the world we live in has always had two faces, one for weather and one for keeping, one for the crowd and one for the oath.